And we're live. What's going on, everybody? His pose is, I'm drinking water, damn it.
Gotta hydrate.
So, hello there, Day-to-Day Goth. We're, you're asking them how you're feeling.
Lots better. Thank you for asking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, so much better.
Oh, thank you for the resub 10 months, Fate. Holy crap.
10 months already?
Has it really been that long?
10 months. I know, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had my 10-month. I did my 10-month anniversary resub on Bandwidth and Banter.
Yeah, the name that we forgotted that we're gonna remember. You wrote it down, right?
I did, and I messaged you.
Right,
and I've
and
been
you messaged
trying
me, and I forgot.
really hard to make sure that I've been calling it Bandwidth and Banter, so it sticks.
Yeah, so it sticks. It's really good.
B&B.
Yeah. Maybe maybe if we can start getting it more formulated, right? In actually have interesting topics.
I was actually
gonna
talk to you about that.
Oh.
I was actually gonna talk to you about that. I was thinking about like setting up a new scene, so for Bandwidth and Banter for us, and then having topics and stuff that we could talk about. So we're on the same page, Stormy.
Yeah. I was actually thinking that if we can get it to grow, or if we can get it good and stuff, we could maybe even turn it into a podcast.
Literally, that was the conversation we had.
Wow.
Well,
yeah, I basically just said that Bandwidth and Banter should be the name of the podcast, and then every now and then you guys still do Tech Talk Tuesdays on Thursday. There's actually technical things to discuss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So like that would be like the code name, like so people would know. Oh, so this is Bandwidth and Banter, so they know it's whatever the heck topic they feel like talking about today. And then Tech Talk Tuesday.
Oh my God!
D Gamer
Aries, thank you for the
Aries
gifted subs. You're amazing, brother.
Shout out to D Gamer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, thank you so much.
Oh, good. Miyamo got gifted a sub. They rate, like, Miyamo always raids.
Yeah.
She raids a lot, yeah. And it looks like Draxon got one too, which is cool. He's an old-time follower who's also a budding streamer. Phenomenal.
Wolvern Gaming. I know him I know Wolvern Gaming from Josh's stream.
Oh, that's where he came from. Okay. Yeah. Right on. Thank you so much, buddy. You're the bestest. And it's so good to see you. How are you doing, Aries? You doing all right, brother?
Dega, thank you for the shout out.
Even though it obviously it's, yeah.
Hey.
I like it when...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I like it when it says they're playing null, so because they're not playing anything, they're just shouting this person out.
Yep, I just wanted to shout him out because Aries deserves a shout out, even though he's not a streamer yet.
Yet.
Yep.
That is true.
Guys, look at my new shirt.
It's so awesome.
So you don't forget my name.
How could we forget your name?
Kind of hard.
You just need to put a sticky note under it that says IRL.
That's right.
No. Right now.
Look, check out the Dapper Dan, man. Look at the amazing, sexy extirpatefate in his warlock outfit.
Yep, his modern day warlock outfit.
He's a cyber mage. He's in Shadowrun. There's a name for it.
Shadowrun.
Oh man.
So
There was a time a while ago.
Go ahead. And then,
Druid is trying to tell me the other day what game or like what setting you guys were talking about, or like game thing, because I popped in right after you had mentioned it, like what it was, and you're like, oh yeah, it's easily portable to this, and this, and I was like, Rift? Something. She's like, no, it's something else, and I'm like, I can't remember what it was. Shadowrun. Yeah, I'm familiar with Shadowrun, at least in name.
Right.
Yeah,
What were you trying to say?
We tried to run a Shadowrun campaign like many years ago.
Not tried, we did run.
Well, okay, we did run the campaign. And I loved my character that I created for that because she was rigged up with so much electronics to the point where she had multiple personalities. So I was playing one character with two different perspectives and personalities that would switch on. Nobody knew. And she kept thinking her other personality was her sister.
I actually told Druid all about her because I love that character too. Like, she's amazing. Yeah.
It's an amazing character concept for that kind of a setting. It's awesome.
Yeah, one was a pyro. She loved playing with fire. And the other one was
actually it was more than that. She actually loved blowing things up.
Yeah, she loved blowing things up.
Yeah.
And then the other personality liked electronics, so she had the A-Team van. She had all the little gadgets and gizmos and the little robotic animals.
Mm-hmm.
It was just so much fun. It confused everybody when they're like, "Hey, so and so," and I wouldn't answer because they were originally talking to one character, and then I'd stop answering, and they're like, "Hey, we're talking to you." I was like, "My sister's not here. She just left the room, okay?" And they're like, "Oh, it's the other one."
I'll be right back. Just a sec.
Yes.
That's so great.
Yo. Right, if we ever do run a Shadowrun campaign in the future, I'd love to bring that character back. Just so you guys can experience her.
That would be so cool.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on in chat? Metal fan?
Oh, Daddy Goth was talking about, asked if I was a metal fan. Reminds
Yes,
me
we
of
are.
the, lead singer of Nonpoint, and from Zoltan from Five Finger Death Punch, and I'm like, I love both those bands. And then I referenced Il Nino, which was another band that has a very similar aesthetic to the locks with the tie.
Right on.
Yeah. Anyway.
Love it.
Well, D-Gamer, I'm glad you liked my character concept.
Yep.
Her two personalities thinking they're sisters even though it's the same person.
Yeah. So what was interesting is that I can't remember her actual name, but I remember her Shadowrun code name. You know, her...
Oh yeah, her code name. Crash and Burn.
Because Crash was the one who loved to drive the rigged vehicle, and Burn was the one who liked to blow shit up.
Yep.
So good.
Yep.
That's great.
Yep, those were her hacker names.
Yep. All right, so tonight though, we're not in the Shadowrun universe, we're in the Isles in the Mist Dungeons and Dragons universe. And let's do the usual intro. Druid's shirt says it all. Let's start with her. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your character, please.
This is
IRL.
My name is Druid.
Yeah.
IRL. And I'm playing Fern, who is a Circle of Spores Druid.
All right. And
Are you sure? Share your class once more. Speak up so the listeners in the back can hear.
Druid.
All right. Well, since you feel like talking, apparently we're going to pop over here briefly and introduce yourself there, milady.
Hello, everybody. I am itsStarkitty, and I am playing Emillynn Ray, a College of the Battle Singer Bard. And hovering up around me, mostly up here, is Philip, who likes to talk to me and only me, even though he tries to talk to everybody else, but nobody else can hear him, apparently. So.
Or see him.
Or see him, but yeah. Philip.
Or sense him.
Philip says hello.
And right next to Druid is look at this. He's a living modern warlock.
Super edgy. I am extirpatefate. I am playing Lorkris, the Goliath, who is a Oathbreaker Paladin of Melora and a Path to the Grave Cleric of Weejas.
There we go.
And I am wearing modern day mage, even though it's not my class.
Right.
Can you stand up so we could get the full?
Sure.
So, Squid,
thank you for
Squid
the
Gamer,
resub.
dude, thanks for the 5-month resub, my brother. You're awesome.
SpongeBob's dad.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Because the
Definitely look like a warlock or yeah. I like what Day God called him, Fate the Edgelord. And
yeah.
Denny Dagoth's comment. Hi, I'm Dagoth, and I'm a cheap Conan villain knockoff. Got me.
that's pretty spectacular, yes.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and I guess Starkitty was insisting on. I'm StormyD, your host and dungeon master, and I play all the NPCs and the monsters. And the main group NPC is Rylar the Suffrigant,
Right.
who is a warlock who believes he is a cleric of Goo, the Great Old One. And there we go.
He is a cleric.
Cleric.
From his point of view, that's true.
Cleric.
Who obviously doesn't have a single lick of healing. But yeah. All right, guys. So yeah, last
These
week.
conversations heal the soul.
That's
His
true.
conversations heal the soul.
That's true. It works, especially with him.
The man, the myth, the DM Lord of Stormkeep.
Aww.
That's great.
You guys are sweet and amazing. You guys are the real lords. You guys are the real edge lords, all of you.
I'm gonna have to put that on a t-shirt for him to wear now, Aries.
The DM Lord of Stormkeep.
No, the man, the myth, the DM Lord of Stormkeep.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
So, recap of last week. Wow. It was a pretty spectacular evening of brutal combat. The video, I named it Maximum Mayhem, which was absolutely fitting. So the group had finished up with their special gold quest, which was basically, to survive a night in the haunted tower. Not a night, 3 nights in the haunted tower during the full moon phase when the tower had its most potency. Basically, they figured out quickly that the tower was haunted by the ghost, the passive and friendly ghost of a previous adventurer from long ago, and they befriended it, and so the rest of their mission went, very easily and smoothly, and they thought, oh well, this will have been a nice sort of mini vacay style adventure. We'll just head on back to the guild hall back in Misty City, and will have been a nice, relaxing trip. But that was not to be the case, because just before they left, on the horizon, they saw a small humanoid army chasing what looked like a female adventurer of some kind in the distance, making their way towards the tower. And this army was made up of 10 goblins, 4 assault ogres, a hobgoblin captain, and after they let the female adventurer that the army was chasing them in to the facility, to the fortress, to the fort, they realized that there was another member of the enemy's troop which turned out to be the actual master and boss of the troop, and that was the female adventurer. It was a polymorphed Oni, otherwise known as an ogre magi or ogre mage, which was basically just a super powerful magic casting ogre that can fly, float along, can turn invisible at will, can polymorph into other things, and it basically tricked itself into getting behind enemy lines, behind the gate, and had attempted to sleep some of the guards that were going to help them defend against this small army. But despite that fantastic feint, that tricksy stealth move by the Oni, the team ended up basically turning the tables on this assault force, and it was the Lorkris who set the pace. Uh-oh, we got some giggling going on here. I missed something, but
I'm laughing
tactical Shreks.
at Dagoth's tactical Shreks.
Yeah,
Tactical Shrek.
Did that fight last week? I was sure someone would go down. It was like 4 versus smaller. I can't believe they survived. Well, Warbard got beat a bit, but man, that one shot hit by Lorkris was nuts. Yeah, and I believe the term you were looking for was tactical Shreks. Yeah, the golem that scaled the wall and fell to his death. Was hilarious. Yep, that's true. That's true.
Although I feel bad for that one guard that kind of got one shot by the ballista. Fell off the wall.
Yeah. I mean, when you got a freaking ogre basically carrying a mobile ballista, you figure that some of the more fragile mortal, guard soldier types are not gonna make it through. And sadly,
hey, I took 2 of those things and I survived.
Yeah, well, because you're a professional adventurer, that dude is just kind of a random schlob, soldier guy. Actually, those guys weren't too insignificant. They weren't too bad, but he really took one on the chin, or under the chin. But so really, it was Lorkris who set the pace of that battle. And honestly, his first attack with that crit was so brutal, and it was game changing. It was absolutely game changing. Yeah, the NPCs are the Star Trek red shirts. They have to die when your main characters live. It's kind of true. But Lorkris took that chain brute down, and if he hadn't, then a lot more DPS would have been laid on the party and potentially the guards too, because the chain brute was technically the up close and personal DPS of that assault force, and since he got that fortunate. Weejoss must have willed him to roll that crit, and so he technically wasn't a one shot unless you count your one turn, and technically he was a one shot too, because you basically get 2 attacks on the attack action, a single action, which was effectively a one shot. He went thwack thwack with his glaive and just ripped its guts right wide open. It went down, and from then on, the battle cascaded downward for the bad guys. It snowballed for our heroes, despite the incredible power of the Oni. He was not able to turn the tides of battle in the favor of his men, and apparently he wasn't too broken up about it, because he got to meet the party, the adventurers of the hour, that apparently for some reason or another, the Order of the Bloody Eye seems to be looking out for, and seems to be they have on their radar, and seem to be important to them for some reason. And he ran the F away though, because he realized that without his team at all, it might have been a losing battle for him by himself, and it would be better for him to get out of there and report back to his superiors, whoever they may be, and live to fight another day. So even the bad guys can be wise and smart from time to time. So we have a sort of potentially interesting minor recurring villain, perhaps? Who knows? But
I have a spell that could track him. I could find him too.
Well, Shiny's shoes came back twice, and then on the third time he was dead. So we'll see if the same thing happens to this Oni.
So
That's true.
in the end, the party prevailed. They defended the fort and the tower from the assault ogre army, and they they only had one casualty, which is pretty good, actually. Pretty good. So more than pretty good. It's actually really good. But they were smart. They had lit the fire. So the fire at the top of the tower, which is basically meant to be an emergency beacon. And so after the battle, the gentleman in charge of this fort, crap, my notes are all over the place. Do you remember? Do you have your notes handy there, Druid, as to what was the name of the commander of this fort?
I only wrote Sergeant.
Oh, just Sergeant? Okay.
Yep.
All right, Sergeant then. Sergeant was the leader of this fort. Could have sworn I wrote it down somewhere. Weird. And
Can't take an arrow to the knee and live, and then you can't be a guard.
So afterwards, they chatted with him, and he explained that when that beacon was lit, more than likely, what's going to happen is one of the two MJ elite scout regiments that are stationed at
The Goldothian
Goldothian mines would be sent out, and potentially might also include some number of adventurers that could potentially be, that aren't necessarily deep inside the mines at the moment. The ones that would potentially be, at the the outer level, outside the mines at the Goldothian fortress.
I could just see that group rolling up after we've gone, and they're like asking these guards, "What happened?" The guards walk out going, "All the dead bodies."
Well, stop getting ahead of yourself. That's what we're doing.
I just think it'd be funny for them to just go with that.
That happened, and then they go, how did you guys survive this? And then they point at the team, and then there's like Fern and Emillynn like dancing with each other or something stupid.
I mean, if that's what you guys want to do, I guess we'll see what happens, won't we? All right. It's all right.
No.
I imagine the tower's sighing as well.
The tower is sighing as well. Yeah. All right. So seriously though, so he explains that, and you know that based upon how far away they are, that will be, their plan. Typically that scouting group is they're designed to be very mobile and fast moving, and to cross country quickly, and so. Despite the pretty good distance here, and I'll switch to the full map scene so you guys can see it. By the way, can you guys hear the music? Did the music stop? I think it's still playing. All right, never mind. Where were we? Yeah, so as you can see, there's actually quite a bit of distance between the tower and the Goldothian mines. The fortress, I mean, you guys can't see because I can't show you the little mouse cursor, but if you see where the Goldothian mines word is, the Goldothian mines fortress is effectively, if you go just slightly north of the letter M and the letter I, it's going to be like right in there. And so it's going to be roughly, I'd say 75, 80 miles, which, horses going all out, it's going to take them several hours, like basically. So typical travel time is for D&D 5th ed is like going to be roughly, if you're on foot at 4 miles an hour, I think we came up with that it's like you can travel roughly 60 miles in a day, or easier to just boil it down to 50 miles in a day. And but if they're on horseback, it's obviously faster. When I say a day, we're talking 24 hours, right? And so if this is roughly 80 miles and they're going all out, it will basically take a good, I'm guessing probably 6 to 8 hours for them to arrive. So, and I believe this fight started right at dawn, didn't it?
I think
Yeah,
so.
right. It was right at the very end of everything.
Yeah,
Right.
it was. We were released.
Yes, we were
Yeah, we were
changing of the
literally-
guard.
Right. So they can, the party
Yeah.
can expect the team to show up then. So now having said all that, that's the recap of what happened. And now we're going to roll randomly to see who describes what stood out to their character the most from last week. We're going to start off with Starkitty.
So what stood out to me
PC.
the most last week during our fight? The guard captain going, "Let me hug you, Lorkris!"
He kept trying to grapple him, yeah.
Kept trying to grapple him, and Lorkris is like, "No.
No.
You want to switch to RP?"
Now is not the time for hugs.
Good point.
But yes, that was one of the big things that stood out to me. The other one was I got hit by a ballista twice. But I mean, it's only fair because I kept scaring him and he kept running away and coming back. Philip really liked that. Him running away and then coming back and then running away again. It was funny. Philip was laughing. Overall, that fight took forever.
You think so?
I
We've had
think
way
so.
longer fights.
Well, it took forever to me because I was like, we're trying not to lose anybody, and we lost somebody. I feel like a sort of a failure as a leader because we lost somebody that was part of the team helping us. So, I must write a song in his honor.
Thank you for sharing that, Starkitty/Emillynn Ray. All right, now, Lorkris.
Not in this house. You want to what? Nope.
Hold the door.
Yeah.
Hold it.
I don't even think Lorkris moved more than like 10 feet from where like he ended up planting himself. Quite literally held the door. Nothing got through. Now, yes, a couple of goblins got behind him, but they didn't last very long. Nothing got through and overran the space. Just no, thank you. This is my house. Go away. It's just absolutely insane. Not just that one shot and like making that heavy hit on that chain ogre, but just the fact that nothing was able to make it through was just absolutely nuts. Walls still standing. Holy shit. Yeah. What a rush.
Well said, well said. Well, Fern, you're next.
We just did really good, you guys. We did really, really good. Just as a whole, we did really good. I really have nothing more. Like, we just... It was awesome. Like, we worked super well together. Like, everything was so good. Like, the team worked so well together.
Well, what stood out?
I literally talked to...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I literally talked to, like, so many people about it. I talked a little bit on Thursday about, like, how many people I talked about the battle with. But just, like, as a whole, like, the team did so good. Even, Fern's 100% like, oh, we killed it. We did so... Literally, we killed them all. We did so good. Like...
Awesome. Well,
what were you gonna say?
Oh,
StarkItty, what were you gonna say?
One more thing I wanted to add. One thing that I remember that stood out to me about what your character did is you took out 3 of those 4 goblins in that mobile goblin unit with one called Lightning Strike.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Yeah, opening shot.
Yep.
Just like a little flight.
And I was just like,
Oh.
So
Yeah,
before I
good.
tell you guys what, I'm gonna say this real quick because we're gonna have to reconnect. It looks like we have an unstable connection to Twitch at the moment. So in case
I was wondering if it was us or if it was you guys, because we've been buffering a lot over here.
Yeah. I need it.
But
so I'll just say real quick that for Rylar, what stood out to him the most was Miss Emillynn Ray just not only taking charge of our team, but also taking charge of their team, telling which archers to shoot where. To like that whole, like, she really has come into her own as the commander of a crack team of, you know, elite adventurers and more. And
So, though Lorkris totally one-shot a Shrek, Miss Ray is the literal goat of that last battle.
She did take a lot. I don't know, she took more hits and more damage.
She took the most damage.
Mm-hmm.
She did, and she was like able to just be like, you do this, you do this, you do this. I'm gonna viciously muck this guy.
Mm-hmm. She was on the danger wall too. Yeah.
She was on the danger wall, like 100%. Miss Ray was the goat.
Mm-hmm.
The captain of this place needs to just give up his armor to her right now. Just kidding.
The other thing that stood out to Rylar was that weird floating ogre. He's like, I didn't know the ogres could float like that. That's super weird. And it turned invisible. He's never heard of anything like that before. That was really weird, and he thought it was cool. But he doesn't like that guy. That guy was mean and nasty and abandoned his own men. And so now that pissed off Rylar, and he wants to get that guy someday. He wants to face off against him someday. He doesn't usually get personal, but that guy just pissed him off. So, and with that, we're gonna reconnect, guys. So please stick with us. Cross our fingers. We're live. So far, so good. Uh-oh. Shucks. Wait, it's not too bad. All right, that's definitely way better than 50%. It's hovering under 3% now. So I think that's actually normal for us. It's saying excellent strength. What does everyone think? What does everyone think?
Beautiful.
Hi, chat. We're back.
Did you just purposely not say anything, Fate?
Yeah.
Stop doing that. You're trying to mess with me.
Stresses him out. Stresses us out.
Stop it.
Okay, fine.
That was were you trying to play a joke on our viewers?
No, it's just the fact that she's speaking and it's obvious that her mic is working. It's not like we have two separate ones.
Never trust anyone in a suit.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Technically, I'm missing a jacket, so it's not quite a suit.
that's a good point. You're right. It's just a vest and a
you're
tie.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And dress pants.
You get off on a technicality there, corp mage. All right.
Yeah.
Guys.
Look at you fulfilling the corporate mage. Loopholes.
He is a corporate mage slave.
That's fine.
It's good. It's good. I like that.
So, thank you guys for sticking with us, sticking it out. I know it's been a while. It looks like crossing our fingers. So far, so good. We're back. We're actually down to 0.5%. Before we were at like 50 to 60% dropped frames. Now we're at 0.5%. So much, much better. I guess our router needed a reboot, and we didn't know it. I think from now on, we need to try and get in the habit of rebooting it every week, right before stream. Not right before, but on Saturday before. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to do the same thing. I feel like we need to.
Yeah.
I will. Okay.
I'd agree.
Yeah. All right. So it's wonderful to be here again with you guys, especially at 0.4% drop frames.
Yay!
All right. Yay! All right. Isles in the Mist campaign, chapter 19. We're so happy to be here tonight. The adventurers are basically gonna party like it's $1.99 in this medieval fantasy world. They're gonna celebrate I guess they wouldn't celebrate too much because one person did die. I don't know. I still think everyone would want to celebrate and drink to poor what was his name, Hubert?
Yes.
That
Hubert!
died. Yes.
I love how we remember the dead NPC, but we don't know the name of the sergeant.
I know. We totally. I wrote it down, and now he has a name. Where is it?
I mean, in terms of party, like there could definitely be there is definitely cause for celebration at the same time mourning someone's passing, but like having a celebration of life.
But we can always ask his friends, would they want us to party and get really drunk and celebrate, or would he want us to be sad and like pour a beer out to his name and all that stuff, you know?
He has the name.
Sergeant Lark.
Oh.
Lark!
Lark. Yep.
Okay.
It's if you want to write that down in your notes, and then it's kind of important. He's the guy he's one of the main guys who's in charge of this tower protection. So
He was the one that was trying to hug Lorkris.
yeah, not through his own, he was trying to, from his point of view, he was trying to save Lorkris because he'd been charmed and he was convinced that the ogre mage was his best friend and ally, and that he was trying to save Lorkris from himself. So.
That is so true, D-Gamer. Fern was not friends with Hubert, so no big deal than, say, Lieutenant Dan biting it.
Oh, we riot. Oh yeah. The island will burn.
Speaking of that, since you brought that up, recently, I won't say why, but Starkitty got me a cool little gift that was one of those D&D the
Miniatures.
The miniature boxes that are like magic packs,
blind
where
boxes
it's a blind box. You
for
don't know what's in it.
figures.
It could be certain figures, and so we had. Where'd he go?
Oh yeah, I forgot that box came with that one.
Yeah. So we actually have a figure for what's his full name there, Starkitty?
Lieutenant Dan Bruno.
Yeah, Lieutenant Dan Bruno.
Dan Bruno.
We got a guy that we think is perfect to be Lieutenant Dan Bruno. Where he is.
Oh yeah.
Yay! We have a mini for our favorite NPC.
That's great. Our favorite NPC. Jocko's our favorite NPC, not gonna lie. Well, technically Rylar is, I would have to say.
Yes,
Rylar, then it's
favorite
Jocko.
guard.
Yeah, your favorite
in passing.
non-story related NPC, right?
There we go.
Yeah, he's our en passant.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
You can tell when an NPC has made an impact on the team, it gets its own miniature.
Yeah.
Right, that's NPC en passant.
And speaking of, all right. So now we're gonna jump right to it. You guys, actually, it's several hours. You're gonna spend some time finding a good spot to bury Hubert, right? And of course, you're gonna have. What?
Oh, speaking of that, I was actually going to ask Lorkris is going to ask the guards if they would prefer, or if they felt he would prefer to go back to Misty City and out there. I don't know if he has family in the area or
Right.
if here is the most appropriate place.
Yeah, last time you did all the funerary rites ritual for him already. And as it turns out, they explained that some of the guards do have family, either back on the mainland that they don't see much anymore, or some have family back in Misty City, right? But Hubert did not have anyone except for, his friends. This post was kind of his home. And so they felt that it would be best for him, he would be happiest to be buried here. And they show you there's actually on the outskirts, there's a small field just outside. Remember that the tower and the fort are mostly in a giant plains, right? But there is a bit of a cliff and a small hill over here with some trees, right? And over in that copse of trees, there's a small little graveyard. And poor Hubert is not the first guard to be buried here. And so that's where you guys laid him to rest. And there he goes. Yep. Bury him deep to ward off ghouls. That's right. All right, so we're going to go, since we're live again, guys, and everything's working good, we're going to go chat dark now. Feel free to chime in if you need to, and enjoy the show tonight. We appreciate you guys. All right, so you guys spent several hours, you were wounded, but you guys, I think you used some heal spells between Druid using some heal spells and you having some heal spell. Well, you only have the healing word, don't you? And then I think you actually gave her some healing too, didn't you, Cleric? Lorkris?
I ran over to Hubert and tried to heal him because if he was alive, he would have come back. Afterwards,
I thought you guys had said that basically you used a couple of cure spells to heal her up.
Yeah, we said that we were that's what we were gonna do, but I never had a chance to roll it or anything. So I never actually expended the spell slot or rolled the hit points for Miss Wright.
We're also gonna do a short rest. So on top of a couple of spells from both of you and you using a couple of hit dice or whatever, and anybody else who was lightly wounded, I think obviously Fern was wounded, wasn't she? No?
Not even a scratch.
But Lorkris, he got some wounds, so...
yeah, just a little bit.
But didn't you use
11 points.
Okay. You don't have to worry about the numbers. The point is that after your short rest and a little bit of healing, you guys topped each other off. And so...
Fern's trying to heal me. I'm like, it's just a flesh wound. I'm fine.
She got nailed.
No.
How many times did you get nailed by a ballista?
I got hit by a ballista twice. 16 points, 15 points, and then I took 3 points of damage from something.
It was pretty hilarious. I think the gamer made the comment that it was pretty hilarious when that one goblin captain tried to mount the wall.
He did. When he tried to jump down, he missed.
Right. He
and fell to his death.
Yeah. Yep.
Fall damage.
So, you guys,
kills.
Of course, dragged all the corpses off to the left, and coming back here to eat and drink and get a little bit cleaned up and freshened up from all the hard work of the battle and cleaning up the dead and the funeral and digging the grave and stuff. And so in the end, you just need to
We're staying an extra night.
Right, staying an extra night now. And after several hours, is there anything in particular that you guys want to talk to Sergeant Lark about while you're waiting for the team from the Golgothian lines? Go ahead.
Do you guys ever come back to the Misty City?
He explains, yes, we actually rotate out. We're on a rotating monthly schedule. So
Okay. So you guys, whenever you guys are like back in town or something, you have to come to the Castaway Inn with us because you have to listen to Miss Ray perform and everything. And we do arm wrestling and we hang out and we invite other guards and stuff. And we just made friends with some guys that work over at the docks and stuff. And we dance and we hang out and everything. So you guys have to make sure that you come party with us, okay?
The guards are like, they're amazed that adventurers would deign to, like most adventurers, just kind of, do their own thing, have their own clique, and yet you're being so inclusive with them, even though they're just soldiers, and they're
and our really good friend is Lieutenant Dan.
They and then a couple of them, and of course the sergeant the sergeant's like, you all are friends with Lieutenant Dan Bruno?
Partied with us before and everything.
Oh, he's the second in command of Misty City Gate, right?
Yeah.
That's
we do that.
That's.
And I look at Miss Ray. Yeah, we totally knew that. Yeah.
Even though you actually didn't, he never told you guys that because he doesn't have much of an ego. He didn't. And
yeah.
And
I mean, while we were burying Hubert, I probably would have played something.
Played something? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, when you're, of course, you would have played a funerary thing, just just to say, obviously you don't have a prepared, because it wouldn't be right to be comedic. But go ahead and roll your performance though to tell to see what sort of performance you gave to
in the arms
22.
So
DMC for that.
No, it would have been in the arms of whichever god he worships.
That's true. And I don't think that singing a few lines of a song will get a DMC.
I know, but everyone's gonna have sad puppy dog eyes.
That's true.
And then we're gonna have to be like, cancel.
Yeah.
This is 22 for my performance.
Well, the guards, when you did your song during his funeral, they had sad puppy dog eyes for sure. The soldiers did.
Trying not to cry.
Yeah, and
and Fern's holding hands with some of them and is sobbing.
Well, afterwards, you all eat and drink to Corporal Hubert, and again, the sergeant thanks you profusely for. Oh, go ahead.
When we get a moment, when it's most appropriate, I know that since we dragged all the bodies off on the side, I know we've all taken our trophies, all the toes. Just want to make sure I have all the ones jotted down.
Battering ram toe.
I can't remember what it is. So I just had to remember what they were doing, what it was. I don't know. Yeah.
There should be.
So there were 10.
4 ogres, 9 goblins, a goblin boss, and a hobgoblin captain.
10 goblins. Oh, 9 goblins and a goblin boss, right?
For a total of 10 goblins.
Right.
Okay. So, oh my goodness. Oh, what the French toast?
I don't know what the challenge ratings of all of them are, but.
Oh yeah, crap! Yeah, that's right. You guys are gonna get paid for that.
Yeah.
So,
all right, you guys want to work that out?
9 goblin.
9 goblin toes.
So Rylar, when you guys are, when you're done there, as soon as you're done there, we'll.
I'm not drinking tonight. I got a report to write.
So you're writing the report. You're figuring out how much you'll get paid. So, Rylar, that night, or we'll say this later on, okay? I just don't want to forget it because it's likely that I might forget it. After all the stuff that's going to happen at dusk in the evening when the regiment shows up. Are you guys listening?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then that night when you guys are camping down for the night, taking your rest, Rylar suggests to you all that maybe the money that we make from this team, we should see if Jocko's okay with donating it to the families of the guards, and since Hubert didn't have any family here, just donating it to them, if you guys are okay with that.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
So let's figure this out then. All right. So tell me, we'll try and make this quick. We had goblins, right?
Yes, 9 goblins.
Remind me of the structure. Someone wrote that down, right? Please tell me someone wrote that down. The pay structure.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
It's 500 gold per challenge rating.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, hang on. 500 gold per challenge rating. Bonuses for strung together challenge related creatures.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So the goblins are a 1/4, so effectively, that would be 125 per goblin. Am I right? 125, then 250, then yeah, that's right. Yeah. So each goblin's worth 125 gold.
Mm-hmm.
And the goblin boss is worth 500. He's a challenge rating 1. And then
It's the hobgoblin captain.
Oh yeah, hobgoblin captain. He is a challenge rating 3, so he'd be 1,500 gold.
Cool.
Let's see, ogre Howda, which was the mobile
So he's good.
thing. He did I up its challenge rating by
Howda.
1? Not much. He was technically only a challenge rating 2, like 2.5. Like he's kind of in between 2 and 3, because he had improved armor and slightly improved hit points. I'll just say that he's a challenge rating 3, so he would have been a
15.
Yeah, 1,500. And I think that's the case for all of the rest of the. Let me double check though. Let me ogre. What was this? What was?
There's the chain wielder,
Chain brute.
the ballista, and
Chain.
The battering ram.
yeah.
The chain brute. Was a challenge rating? Did I up it? Let's see. He was a challenge rating 4, so he'd be worth 2,000. And then ogre, was it called ogre launcher? Bolt launcher, yep, that's it. He was a challenge rating 3, so 1,500. And then the battering ram. I apologize for not having worked this out already. I honestly,
Okay.
I dropped the ball. Totally my bad. I forgot.
Gives me a chance to go pee real quick.
All right, he was a challenge rating 4, so also 2,000.
Out of curiosity, the hobgoblin captain, he was the one on the horse, right? That was feigning the captain of their group.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Technically, he wasn't in 100% feigning. I mean, he was and he wasn't. He was technically the second in command for when the ogre mage wasn't there. He was the one who would command this force. But
yeah, but as we were seeing the group approach,
right,
that hobgoblin captain was the one that was speaking as if it was directing everybody.
Yes.
Not knowing the Oni was there.
Yeah. Correct. Absolutely.
I loved his charge. Just tink.
Yeah.
That was. I have to imagine just as a in that character's mindset in that moment. That must be so demoralizing. Charging up on a horse on just a single Goliath. Ting.
Yeah. I mean,
You gotta fix that.
he's used to a lot weaker adventurers than you guys, for sure. So, what was the total?
10,125.
Wow. That's a substantial bonus of gold. Oh, speaking of, and because they were a group of assault ogres, you would get an additional. Let's see. Let's basically say that they'll give you a bonus that ups that to a total of 2,750. Or not 27, but what you said was 10,125?
10,125, yes.
Yeah, so imagine it instead it's 10,750.
Okay.
No, wait, that's not that much. That's only. Did I say what the bonus structure was for combined arms? Okay.
No, it was basically at their discretion. Since it was a small army, I imagine we would get a significant.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think just stick another grand on there. So, and then a grand for the assault ogres, and then extra 125 for the goblins. So basically, the total would be 11,250.
Yep.
11,250.
Yeah. That you guys are going to donate
10% of that?
What was that?
We get 10% of that.
Well, but remember, you guys said you were okay with asking Mr. Jocko, if you could donate it all to the guards, right?
Yeah.
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 So it would be our 10%, right? Or would it be the whole thing?
Oh, okay. You're suggesting that you guys donate just your 10%, not the whole.
Well, that was my assumption, because the whole thing normally would go to Jocko, right? And then we get 10% of the cut.
I thought you guys were up to 20% now, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we're at 20%.
Yeah.
But still, that's 20%. Yeah, I'm totally fine donating our 20% cut. If Jocko wants to donate the rest.
Yeah.
Which I feel like would be a really big advantage. For morale.
Fern is going to convince him.
The purple giant.
Mm-hmm.
What was his challenge rating?
Oh yeah, we forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did we forget anything else?
No, because it was just the purple giant that we dealt with on the way up. We expected to deal with this encampment as we were coming to the tower, but they weren't there.
No.
Okay.
We killed them anyway, though.
Yeah. Yep. Fomorian is a challenge rating 8. So,
4,000.
Yeah, 4,000 gold for just the Fomorian.
So
that part's gonna be all you guys. So you'll worry about, you can just, as long as you write it down when you get back and you role play with Mr. Jocko, we can work out the details of the 20%. Just remember that you guys are at 20% now because he amended the contract.
Yeah.
He amended it on our behalf.
Yeah.
So 11,125.
Yes.
No, 11,250.
Yeah, 11,250
11,250.
plus an additional 4,000 for the Fomorian.
Okay. So.
And we're making Jocko rich.
Well, remember, he's investing it back into the guild, so.
Cool.
All right.
Cool. I just want to make sure because I know we're going to be getting into some RP stuff, and I want to make sure we had our ducks in a row first.
Yes, agreed. All right. Thank you for bringing that up. You guys, you got to help me remember that part. Since this particular, this campaign, the way I've crafted the story and everything, there's not necessarily a whole lot of loot. Well, sometimes there is, like, for example, those gems that got ripped off from this Oni ended up being super valuable. So, yeah, at any rate.
That's right. We did manage to come across some.
Yeah. Now he didn't. Ironically, it wasn't you guys that got them. It was Team One that.
Team 2.
It was the previous Team 2.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Technically, they were Team 1 from the standpoint that
cool.
they were the first team Mr. Jocko recruited, right? If you guys ranking higher for sure, but they were Team 1 just from the standpoint they were the first team he recruited. But you guys were the last is best. Well, okay, but you guys were definitely the best. All right, or are. All right, moving on.
What is that phrase? First is the worst, second is the best?
I haven't heard that before. Interesting.
I said a lot when I was a kid.
Really? All right.
It's usually said by the person who came in second. First is the worst, second is the best.
Oh, yeah.
Third is a turd.
Third is a turd, yep.
I haven't heard that. You kids.
I remember those.
If it wasn't for those pesky kids. No. All right.
It was meddling kids.
Oh, meddling. That's right. That's right. Meddling.
I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
Meddlers. All right. So here we are. The guards kind of get back to guard duty, and for the most part, a couple of them towards that dusk, you guys are wrapping up the eating and drinking in the name of Hubert and all the other lost soldiers before. And you hear one of the troopers, one of the guards, announce out, "Riders on the horizon." And so you guys kind of curious to see it.
Yes, I go back up to the danger side.
You guys go up on the wall and look out on the horizon, and some of you, if you want, you can go up onto the tower to see even better. Like, who wants to go where?
I want to go onto the tower.
Yeah, I think in the midst of the rest of the jovial or remembrance party, Lorkris will go up to the tower to give what's his face?
Hubert.
Voranus?
No, Voranus.
Oh.
Oh, you're talking about the ghost of the tower.
Yeah.
Voranus. Now, keep in mind that now at this point, he's not consciously active anymore. So.
No, absolutely. But I was gonna leave that that gold coin with the Melora symbol carved into it.
You're gonna stuff it in that drawer of his?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Very cool.
And then if I hear the on the horizon, I'll just.
Okay.
Actually, Fern is gonna climb her tree.
Okay. She climbs in her tree, and Rylar follows you up the danger side of the wall, looking out, and sure enough, you see.
Looking out the horizon, looking at Fern.
You see a fairly large force. It looks like there are 12 soldiers on horseback that look. They're wearing the regular gear and heraldry of the MGA that you're used to. A 13th one is out in front of them, leading them. They are in the usual guard armor. The guy leading them basically is kind of a silver-haired, kind of gray-haired feller with and he's wearing full plate armor. Looks like he's got dual blades on his back, and definitely looks like he stands out amongst them. But also, you notice as they get a little closer, riding behind them, behind the 12, 13, including the what is obviously their leader, is what looks like probably 4 adventurers. One looks like kind of a burly, hulking, blonde warrior of some kind, with a blonde beard and long blonde hair, very stout. Looks like he probably has a great axe strapped to his back. One of them is this beautiful dark-skinned elf, wearing gold, white, and red regalia with the staff on her back and blonde hair in stark contrast to the darkness of her skin. And of course, far enough away you can't tell exactly what they look like. You can just see these kinds of details. Also, on one of the horses is a dark-haired lady wearing some kind of shiny circlet and indigo robes with yellow and turquoise and silver inlays, very regal looking. And then in the very back is a mysterious looking figure, looks like wearing a black and red cloak over likely some kind of studded leather with a black kind of ebony colored bow strapped to his back. And they all, within moments, they ride up. They look like, as Aries pointed out earlier, horses aren't going to run 80 miles in one shot, not full out. They would have moments where they would gallop, and moments where they would run, and then moments where they stop and take a breather just to protect the horses. But
to water them.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think.
Imagine Fern with a watering pot, just.
Yeah. Gotta water the horses.
Out of character, I kind of want my character to ask these guys to come up to the D8 going, what's the pass-phrase to get in? What's the password?
Oh,
password.
100%.
That's such a Fern thing.
Yeah, 100%. Just be like, hey, Rylar, who's glowing? Not falling for this again.
So as this force comes up, the Sergeant Lark had the gate open because he had people on duty to be able to see anybody coming, and
but yeah, I'd be like, Rylar, which one of them is like fully glowing?
Okay, well, let's get to that then. All right, just if you want to. I mean, just hang tight. Okay, I know you guys are just funning. That's fine. All right. So, the entire force comes up on you guys. They come up through the field in front of the gate, and they slow. You could tell that they were riding hard, ready to try and support, but they have this kind of shocked look on their face to see that there's nothing wrong with the walls.
Bodies are piled up nice and neat.
The gates are open. Sergeant walks out with one of his men out to greet them. Of course, we're on the wall. You're in your tree. I'm assuming you would get down. What?
You guys are late.
Well, as far away as you are from there, they're not really hearing you, but that's what your character would say and do. I can definitely see that. I'm
just standing up on the wall like this,
and
trying to be intimidating.
And Rylar's like looking at you, trying to figure out what to do next. I'm standing next to you, and So since you're up in the tower, right? So you wouldn't actually be hearing this conversation at all. You're at the top of the tower.
As soon as they like start like showing up,
You would have come down.
miss the first part. Yeah, as soon as they like get close enough to like there's that acknowledgement, then I meander my way down.
All right, you make your way
So I'll
down.
miss the first portion of it.
All right.
Yeah, so Fern's gonna climb down the tree and like go to the gate.
All right. So basically, the leader, they all, of course, come to a stop, and the 12 soldiers stop in a formation, and they stay on their horses. The leader gets off his horse. The soldiers get into a formation, ready to fight, but they get into a formation where they have 2 sets of 4 on the left and the right side, and then 2 sets of 4 slightly offset this way, and then the adventurers in the very back. And the adventurers pull forward to the center, and then the leader is also here in the center. And as he gets off his horse, the adventurers are the ones that they pull forward, and they dismount, and they all walk forward. And so effectively, you all it all happens around the same time.
I make my way down
And
with Rylar.
Rylar follows you, and we'll just say that you guys go out and meet with the. Let me get. Did I pick Sergeant Lark? I'm gonna just temporarily, guys. Just temporarily, we're gonna use Lieutenant Dan to be Sergeant Lark.
Like, Lieutenant Dan, where did you teleport in?
Oh man, he's a great stand-in.
Yeah, he'll be.
He's got no legs.
Oh, I can't use this guy as.
I was going to say that's a Rylar duplicate.
Yeah, that's not gonna.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'll use it. This is fine.
Are you going to use the Rylar duplicate?
No. All right.
So then I've got some questions.
So they come over here, and I'm not going to put the 12 guys out there, the 12 soldiers, right? But I am going to show you guys all the other NPCs. So this is that. Looks like the leader of the troop right there.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's the
dual wielding
big
captain of the guard,
boss guy.
leader of the
Yeah,
guard.
he's some sort of leader of this. Based upon what, if the sergeant is correct about who came, this guy would be the leader of this elite scout regiment. So, and then I'm going to show you guys the adventurers that come up. I'm going to try and put them all in one hand for the money shot. I can pull this off.
Ba-da-dun, da-da-da.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Let me get this in the right
One
angle.
looks kind of like a paladin. One looks like kind of like a mage sorcerer.
I don't know where you're getting paladin.
Or-
Sure, Fern is like,
Cleric?
new friends.
Yeah. So this guy.
What's the meanest looking one?
So hang on, I'll describe all that to you guys here in a second. It's kind of important. So yeah, obviously we have. This is the that fancy looking mage that I told you about right here, and then this is that blondish burly warrior, and then this is that dark-haired raven-haired lady, and then this is the. Oh, that's too close.
The one with the bow.
She fell.
We lost
Ow!
Did she take fall
You
damage?
recommend 4 in a party?
Yes, she took 12d6 and she's dead now.
Oh!
Actually, 12d6 probably wouldn't get it done. All right, so there you go.
Nice.
All right, so you get the idea. In fact, as they come up to you guys, you guys are standing back here. Obviously, you're letting the sergeant do his thing. You don't want to get in and step in his business. And he talks to this guy, and the sergeant says, he says, Captain Karnoth, it's good to see you and good of you to come. Thank you for coming so quickly. You made record time. And then Captain Karnoth says, "Indeed, it looks like we did. We made it here quickly. But why did you light the fires? There doesn't appear to be any... Wait, what is all those bodies over there? What is that massive... What happened here? We thought you were being assaulted, so of course we came with the entire 2nd Regiment." And the sergeant says, "Yes, Captain. We were assailed by an army of goblins and assault ogres led by some sort of flying magical ogre."
Like Oni.
And if it had not been, it happened luckily right as this adventuring group had finished with their Gold Papa Tower mission, and they had not left yet, and they were brave and generous enough to delay their exit to help us defend the fort. In fact, to be honest with you, I'm quite confident we would all be dead and this tower would be gone and this fortress would be laid to ruin if they had not been here. And so thank you for coming so quickly. They took care of the danger. And so when he says that, the commander says, the captain says, "Is that so? That's impressive. They finished their gold, Papa, is it? Well then, perhaps we'll have to have a communique through the MGA with their guild leader and see if they're ready to come out to the Goldathian mines." And we didn't hear a word you said. You were just yelling into the mic and it cut out.
It is Jocko's Relic Hunters.
So, so at that point, the captain says, "Well then, my men are tired from the long march, and the horses are as well. We need to get them rested up. As you can see," he points back, we thought the emergency was dire. Luckily, it turns out that you all had these folks to help you. But because the emergency seemed important, we were fortunate because at the time, the lead adventuring group of Crystal Hedge happened to have been resting in the Goldathian fortress, having taken a break from their previous sortie into the depths of the mines as we're pushing back the hordes of humanoids down there. And they generously offered to come with us since they were going to be heading back very soon back to Misty City anyway. This was basically a good step along the way, and they offered to assist us. And he turns to them and says, "I'm sorry that it turned out to not be what you needed. And this this lady comes forward and says, "Oh, it's all right, Lord. We're not worried about it. We're just glad that it went all right. Were any of the soldiers hurt?" And yes, Sergeant, report. Sergeant Lark says, "Sadly, my lord, we lost you, but and we tried to save him, but it was for naught." And the captain says, what was that assailed you? And how is it that only one of you died?" And the sergeant explains, "Yes, it was 4 assault ogres. They were some sort of group of, he basically explains to the captain that it was this huge group of, 10 goblins.
I'm like pulling out my report.
Assault ogres. And okay, yeah, but this isn't a comedic moment.
Sorry.
No. I'm just. There's a reason why I want to. So the captain says, "Well then, it looks like we at the MGA owe you a debt of gratitude. What is the name of your organization?" And he comes over, and the sergeant says, "It's all right now. Who's the leader of your group, and what is the name of your guild?"
I take a step forward, going, "We represent Jocko's Relic Hunters. My name is Emillynn Ray, and behind me is my team." Turn around, introduce yourselves.
Fern.
Mm-hmm.
Lorkris.
And Rylar says, I don't know how to introduce myself.
Share your name.
And then
Oh, okay, I had the Rylar. Hello. And the captain says, Jocko's Relic Hunters. I don't believe I know your guild. Are you unranked?
Yes.
And you all were
No.
able to defend against that?
Yes.
Well, I don't think you'll be unranked for long. He says, let me introduce you to the adventurers that came with us. This is the #1 ranked team of Crystal Hedge. So add a character, just as a reminder to you guys. Sorry, I gotta get in the screen.
Lady
What?
Lady Solana was on the Crystal Hedge.
No, she wasn't on it. It was a
No, she
friend
had
of hers is on
connections.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Connections.
Yeah. So,
Networking.
yeah, the friend that's on this team, yes, you guys remember partially correctly. So he introduces them. He says, "Here we have Crystal Hedge. I'll allow them to introduce themselves." And of course, this lady steps up. This beautiful elven. She looks obviously from her gear and stuff like a wizard. And these folks step up, and she introduces and says, "This here is." She says, "I am Gloriana the Gallant, and I am the mage of our party. This here is Frederick Hughlord. Basically, he looks like just a super buff, burly, just a big, human barbarian.
What's Frederick's last name?
Frederick Hughlord, Hewlord. Like, he's a lord of hewing. he like cutting things down. And you can tell by the great axe on his back that that's probably true. And he just grunts when she introduces him.
We are to be friends.
And then she point. By the way, as she's introducing, and this is Dina Runecord. Dina Runecord. So Dena Runecord. Runecord. And she is a priest of Tyr. Tyr, by the way. And you find it's interesting because she has these kind of horns coming off kind of draping around her ears and sticking out a little bit, and she's got these kind of glowing, slightly reddish eyes. And yes, she's a tiefling, but a tiefling cleric of Tyr. And then over here we have Fulcrum, and Fulcrum steps up, and you guys, your characters recognize that is the Elven Ranger who was supposedly a previous adventuring partner and friend to Lady Solana. And as they introduce and they come forward and they step within a certain distance from you guys, all of the hairs on your body just hang tight. Let me describe something here. What? Did you not hear something?
Did you mention what, like, Fulcrum's class? Because we have a mage, barbarian, a priest.
He's an Elven Ranger. Sorry.
Ranger. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. It's all good. I apologize if I didn't mean to be all bossy. Bossy Stormy. So he steps up, or they step up. As they get within a certain distance of you guys, all the hairs on your skin kind of stand up, like, and you get this kind of this sense within your bodies of almost like this pressure, this intimidation factor. You can see the look in their eyes and the hardness of their bodies, that it's not like you sense evil or anything like that. This is more like when a predator comes across an alpha predator. That kind of sense of, wow, I could be in danger. That kind of thing. So you get the sense, what's really shocking to you guys, right, is that you're suddenly feeling this, because your characters have been so confident and building their confidence as well as their power. Your power level's been going up and your confidence has been going up. And so what's shocking about this experience in this moment is that suddenly what you're sensing unconsciously feels like, oh wow, there's a whole different level of power that we haven't even really conceived of before. It's like you're seeing this gap between where you could be and that you never knew that you could be before. And so it's both intimidating and exhilarating, but definitely intimidating. You're like, oh wow, I didn't know that beings like this existed, and that means we can get there someday too, right? And this is all kind of an internal thing that you're just feeling in the moment. Again, it's an instinctual thing, and you get the sense that the only reason why you guys are actually sensing and experiencing this right now is also because of how much you've powered up. Like, honestly, if you had been just one level lower than this, at any of the lower levels, you probably wouldn't have even sensed this or known or realized this, because you're just so far, it would have been kind of so far, such a huge gap that you just can't even you can't conceive of it. But now you're at this point where you're over this hump, because you guys are 8th level now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You hit this hump, this not hump, but sort of a wall. You broke through a special kind of wall, and because of that, you get this. Only because of that are you able to sense the power, intimidation, and pressure of someone else who is at a completely different stage and level in life than you. And it like I said, it's intimidating but exhilarating at the same time. So, so they step up and she introduces, and Fulcrum says, your names sound familiar. I believe that you tried to contact me once. We didn't hear you.
Yeah.
I believe that one of the sub-guilds ended up communicating with you all.
So we tried to come over there because we were looking for a guild and stuff. And our friend, Lady Solana?
Yes.
You know who she is, yeah?
Yes. So that's what the report had said. And he steps forward and he says, and he's got this kind of serious look in his face. You see now he's an elf underneath the cloak. You couldn't tell before because of the way it was draped. But he comes up to you all and says, well, it's fortuitous that we met then. I got that report. Of course, that was, months ago. And
yeah. Now we're a part of Jocko's Relic Hunters and everything, so we are good now.
Well, I'm glad.
Can I give you a hug?
He says, I'm glad you all found a home. And he says, what did you ask?
Can I have a hug? Any friend, because I kind of miss Lady Solana a lot.
He says, that's proof positive you must be friends with Lady Solana, because she was a hugger. just so you know, I'm not.
I just want one.
Huh?
I just want one.
Um.
She goes up to him with her arms open. I'm just so happy to meet somebody that's friends with her and everything, because she's been so good to me and everything, and and if you're friends with her, you have to be a really good person,
He's all like, well, I don't know about that. I do my best. But he kind of steps forward and lets you kind of wrap yourself around him. He doesn't really hug you back, but he looks at Lorkris and then he kind of pats you on the head.
I'm just like,
ooh, you smell sweaty.
And the ladies here are chuckling at this. and then this guy, so the ladies, obviously are Dina and Gloriana, and they're chuckling at this. And Frederick steps up and says, "Oh, I want a hug too." He comes over there and he gets a hug from you.
I run and jump into his arms because he was so excited. So I'm like, okay, and run and jump and hug.
And he, you can see a look of relief on Fulcrum's face as he goes.
just gonna look at him and just
like, I understand is the look, right? You're just like, I understand. And he looks at you and he cocks his head and then he realizes and then he goes.
It's just like that side. Just
So I'm going to be hanging out with that guy, okay?
And so the captain and the sergeant and all the soldiers are kind of looking at each other and they're like, and the captain says, well, I suppose we should get our men settled down and get the horses watered and fed and discuss more fully what happened with your battle. We're anxious to find out. And the Gloriana says, actually Gloriana and the Tiefling cleric Dina, they both say, yes, we're curious about that. And Dina's like, she's got this weird kind of deep voice. Yeah, I want to hear how they beat it. Oh yeah, something about an ogre mage. Oh, so
it was an Oni.
The Oni got away, or should I say, flew away. Yeah.
I shocked it with my call lightning while it was invisible.
So both of them, all of them look at each other and say, we should definitely have a private conversation about this a little bit later. And Fulcrum says, yes, and I can't wait to hear how things are going with the guild that you were able to join. And I especially would like to hear how Lady Solana's doing since she's retired.
I've been writing her letters. If you want me to write her anything.
He says, I would be honored if you would do that. He says, I was just a wee lad when we adventured together. I mean, I'm still kind of young for an elf, to be honest with you, but back then I considered myself much younger. But I was a budding adventurer. I was one of the last people who joined her group when they adventured together. And of course, eventually they had to disband because several of them retired. And but with their help, I had grown a little bit more powerful and had, then the Isles, Misty Isle came about, and so I felt the siren call of adventure and came back out here and grown a lot since then. Would probably.
You guys seem so powerful.
They look at each other and they say, "We do all right. We keep striving to become a good competition for the #1 team."
You want to be the very best that no one ever was?
Of course, yeah. What did you say? I missed it. What'd she say?
I want to be the very best.
Yeah. Oh, I got you.
No one ever was.
And they say, but it's a hard hill to climb even for us because Steel Dawn really sets the bar high. And so it makes you guys think for a second. It's like if these guys think Steel Dawn is a high bar, then it's like, wow, what other echelon is there, beyond these guys? So kind of interesting. Now, basically, we all, unless there's anything specifically in this kind of moment that someone wants to say, go ahead.
I'm going to kind of pull Miss Ray to the side. Miss Ray,
Yes, Fern.
do you think we should talk to them about how the Oni recognized us and that they're trying to hunt our team specially?
So
And how
we'll,
they're
we'll
trying
say
to
that you
kidnap me and
talk to
everything?
her as you guys are all kind of walking in and arranging things, and you're trying to keep it separate, right? Because you don't want anybody else to hear
Yeah.
it. And so,
Yeah.
we'll just say that you're doing that while everybody's getting all organized, and the soldiers are setting up they're going to go ahead and start setting up tents, because obviously this facility can't house 12 soldiers. And they're going to start filtering into the fort and getting things all organized and arranged. And the captain and the sergeant are going to do their kind of chat report, and then the adventurers will get their horses. While they're doing that, you guys will basically go back in and you guys will have that conversation. So go ahead.
At this point in time, Fern, I don't feel comfortable sharing that information before we tell Jocko.
Okay. But I do think that we should try to, if it's not with the whole team, maybe we could just talk to Fulcrum? Yeah, Fulcrum.
Well, do keep in mind that Oni was not quiet about recognizing us.
You're not there.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I just pulled aside Miss Ray to whisper to her.
Right, you pulled her aside to whisper to her, but then, Rylar and Lorkris were walking in behind you guys, with you guys.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, yeah.
So it's not like there's a good chance the rest of the guards here heard that. Why would the captain not mention it?
We can wait and see if somebody brings it up, but
then that would seem like we are being dishonest, yeah?
With a team like this, I would expect them to understand our hesitation to share that. At least as of now, this is something we've learned before we've even made it back to the MGA.
Okay.
So,
But we are extra safe because they are here, yeah? Maybe we could try to travel back with them too, just in case.
they might be heading back to the Galdothian mines, but...
No, they said they're heading back to the MGA.
She's
We
right.
can try just be like,
That's why
can
they came.
and then maybe they can teach us some extra tricks or something.
Maybe.
I feel like it would be so much fun. It would be really cool to show off to them how I can talk to animals and stuff. Or trees or something. But I just wanted to double check because sometimes, I just kind of say shit without, thinking. So I wanted to make sure.
Rylar says,
I'm like, yeah, they're trying to kidnap me
Rylar
and kill
says,
my team.
I'm happy you brought it up too, Miss Fern, because I might have said something too if you all hadn't talked about it.
Yeah.
So just to be understand, we're keeping that private. It's a private thing about them targeting us and especially Fern.
Yes, for now.
Okay, it's understandable, right? I mean, yeah.
Because they could also be spies.
Well,
I don't know. That was just me saying something without thinking. See, this is why I had to double check.
All right. So you guys end up basically that evening. They have a sit down in the dining hall with all the adventurers and the main folks, and then everybody else is kind of outside, and they set up tables, and some of the guards from the Golgothian mines, some of the soldiers know some of the guys here, and so they kind of have their own kind of get together and drink a drink to Hubert, fallen Hubert, and
Song.
what was that?
Miss Ray should sing a song.
Okay. So during dinner, you wanna sing a song? Do you have anything?
I'm writing my report as I'm eating dinner, and then Fern's like, "Song, Miss Ray." What? What?
All right. Do you happen to have one prepared for this evening?
I
want to dance with Frederick.
Really? I thought there was one that you haven't that we haven't said on the stream before.
Let me double check. I still have some that are works in progress.
Well, it's okay if they're.
Like, I just have skeletons. I don't have anything fully complete.
Oh.
Out of curiosity, of the first one that you did, the Burn Goblin Burn, that was never on stream. That was just us, wasn't it?
Yeah, I haven't fleshed that one out. I just kind of I'm doing my own little rendition of Burn Goblin Burn, but I haven't fleshed that one out yet.
Well, he remembers that one. You could do that one if it's.
Because I started doing that before I got the idea to actually parody the songs.
Like to do the full-on parody. It was just a couple of lines. That was Okay. I couldn't remember if that was like fleshed out or not, because I know it was early on.
I'm just trying to impress the Crystal Hedge team.
Yeah, right.
The harder you try to impress them, the more silly that you seem, and they eventually later on that evening they take Lorkris, one of them, not the barbarian guy. He thinks you're amazing.
He's like my new best friend. I'm asking him to like pick me up with his axe. Like I hold on to it and you like bench press me or something. Yeah.
And,
like totally just like little child with like the cool uncle that won't leave the cool uncle alone at all.
Fulcrum comes over to Lorkris at some point in time and says, she seems rather youthful. Is she a liability in combat? How is it you all are? Is everything going to be okay?
Oh, God.
I take it you all have to protect her quite a lot. Is she kind of a glass cannon?
She, surprisingly, no. If you haven't noticed, she's quite hard to pin down. I will say though that when I did come across her the first time, she was quite feral. To see this is a massive change in a very good way. So I used to kind of stop her from being annoying, but she's kind of opened up quite a bit, and I felt that it was necessary for her to let her explore that.
That's wise of you. Wise of you, young man.
Yeah, she is not a liability, however. She is quite the firecracker.
That's obvious.
If a bit unrefined.
So, from what I understand, you all introduced yourselves, but what are your professions? Obviously, you're a warrior of some kind.
I'm a paladin. Well, kind of. I was a paladin to Melora, but I am now a cleric.
Oh, yeah. I see. And what profession is Fern?
She's a druid.
A druid? Those are rare. I've only seen a couple of those.
Take a good look at her.
She's actually not like any druid I've ever
everywhere.
seen, so I didn't know what to make of her.
Chunk of pillars somewhere on Druid.
Yeah. Not to mention she's not like any other elf you've ever seen either.
That is true. Her lineage, I just thought she was rather small, and maybe now that I look closer, you're right with her features and her skin color and skin tone and her ears are quite a bit different than the typical elves. Even, I've seen moon elves and sun elves, like we have Gloriana, and Gloriana chimes in on this conversation and says, yes, she's quite a fascinating young lady. I've never seen anything like it. And I've grown up amongst the nations of elves. Quite fun, quite interesting. And then, of course, Fulcrum chimes in and says, what about your other two teammates? Your captain? What
Miss Ray?
is he? Yes.
Yeah, Miss Ray, she's she's a bard.
He's a what?
Surprisingly. A bard. Yeah.
Wait, the captain of your team is a bard?
Yeah, a war bard. Nonetheless.
What is that?
Quite strange.
What's a war bard?
Oh man, she literally calls the shots. It's unbelievable. Not only she got outstanding music, but her combat awareness is uncanny. Terrifying.
He's like
actually.
taken aback by this, as is Gloriana. They're like, they all kind of huddle in listening to you, and then
and then there's Rylar. Okay, so Rylar is a warlock of the Great Old One, I believe. He calls him Goo.
They look at each other,
but don't
like the great old one.
Yeah. However, he doesn't know that he's a warlock. It's best you just let him believe he's a cleric of Goo.
And
they're all like huddle again.
Yeah.
Fern's like, can you do push-ups with me on your back?
And he's like, oh yeah, little lady, you want me to do some one-armed ones? Oi!
Oh yeah, he's so cool.
There we go. Yeah, that's it. Get on now. And then now
I'm going to stand on his back like a surfboard.
All right. And while you're doing that,
Surfboard is?
of course, the soldiers and the captain and the sergeant, they're all digging this entertainment value. They're all distracted by what's going on over there. And then Dina Runecord comes over chatting with you. And
I'm writing my report.
Yeah, you're writing your report. And she says, that was a lovely song. Oh, you haven't done the song yet.
No.
Well, actually, I guess, yeah. I mean, we haven't gotten to that yet. We'll say that we haven't gotten to you asking about them singing the song, because you haven't rolled yet, right?
No.
We kind of got sidetracked with some
I mean, if I'm going to perform anything, I'd probably just rickroll this team.
All right. So before the Fern asks you to sing for everybody, it would actually make sense after you're having fun with Uncle Frederick here.
Uncle Frederick.
That you would then want to up the ante of the party by having her perform. So we'll say that's when you ask. But in the meantime, Dina comes over to you and she's like, so how is it keeping your team together? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Actually, she had that deep voice. I'm sorry to interrupt your reporting. May I sit and have a chat with you?
Sure, yes. Just gather up my papers, put my report away. Yes.
She says, so you're the captain of your team, mm-hmm?
Yes, I am.
And your gear seems rather unusual. Are you a rogue of some kind? You look like a rogue, but you also seem like a mage, but I see a violin on your back. What is that?
I'm a bard. Nice to meet you.
And she's like, so you're a bard?
Yes, I am a bard. I am a bard at the College of the Battle Singer.
She says, I'm not familiar with that college. So you're actually able to hang tight with this team.
Yes, I am. Because of the college that I'm a part of, it's definitely taught me tactical awareness. So because of what I've learned from there, I'm able to keep my team in check and telling them, what needs to be taken care of.
And speaking of your team,
Yes.
So the Goliath, is he a fighter of some kind?
He is a Paladin cleric. Paladin of Melora and a cleric of Weejas.
You're joking, right?
I am not. Do I look like I'm joking?
Well, you said you're a bard. Bards are really good at telling tall tales.
I'm not that kind of bard.
I see.
I'm a musical performer.
She's looking for it's not over
I
there.
see. All right. So the strange little elf.
Fern? Yes, she's a druid.
A druid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, rarity. What do you know? What lineage? I mean, I don't want to pry. Obviously, as a tiefling, you know that I am open to all races and all kinds, and have to be, because we're frequently at a character. What's the word I'm thinking of? We're frequently bullied and prejudiced as tieflings. People misunderstand us and misjudge us. So I would never do that. But she doesn't look like any elf I've ever seen before. Is some sort of childhood deformity that kept her extra small?
So me being a half elf myself, it was very new encounter when I met Fern myself, trying to figure out her lineage. So
Add a character in this world. There's normally high elves, sun elves, and moon elves, and that's basically the kind of elves from the mainland that exist, based upon the history of the mainland.
out of character, I'm trying to remember. It's like, I know she's a wood elf, right? And how rare wood elves are.
Your character knows. You've never heard of a wood elf until her. Some people have heard of them in ancient history, but actually, you might have heard legends of wood elves. So, roll me your bardic knowledge real quick.
You mean my history?
Yeah, that works.
There's no bardic
I
knowledge.
keep thinking 3.5, which has bardic knowledge. Yeah.
29.
Okay. Yeah, you actually had heard legends of wood elves. So it's up to you if you share that or not.
Don't feel comfortable sharing that kind of information. So I'm just going to say, it's like, as far as her lineage goes, yeah, she's definitely different from any other elf I've met.
And she says, "Please, I'm sorry for prying. I was just curious. Please, do not take offense, and I appreciate your understanding. I'm just trying to understand your team. You know, the report of how you dealt with that group seems, to be honest with you, based upon your description of it, that I believe that ogre mage and those assault ogres were the some sort of advanced scout team for the humanoids that were making their way through secret unknown passages of the Goldothian mines, and had been basically using guerrilla hit and run tactics behind enemy lines from time to time, taking out small some of our they weren't actually able to destroy any full teams, but they definitely had put a hamper on things and were kind of hurting our supply lines a little bit.
Yes, the Oni mage polymorphed into a human figure, and yeah, we were tricked into letting the ogre mage in.
Well,
but we dealt with them.
I was going to say, yes, obviously. I even remember hearing a report about how there was one team that was practically slaughtered by this ogre mage and his crew many months ago.
I'm just like straight faced as soon as she says that and just like blinking my eyes a lot.
So you all did well to finish them off, and we're happy that you all made it and were able to protect these fine soldiers. And if you all have any questions, I'd be glad to assist and help. Tia, I'm a priest of Tia, and why did I lose that page? Dadgummit. Yeah.
Oh, and in case you're wondering, the fourth person on my team is Rylar. He is I look at her.
Okay, let me finish my sentence, and then you can, because I wasn't quite done with my sentence. He says, Tia is the god of justice and order, and so, and protection. So I feel is my compulsion, my calling to support others and help lift them up. So my team feels the same way, although, my team definitely feels the same way.
And the fourth person on my team, Rylar, is...
Oh yes, I'm sorry. He seemed kind of like I thought he was maybe a hireling or something, carry your loot and stuff.
Oh no, he's definitely a magic user on our team. He is registered
in half-plate armor, a magic user.
He is registered with the MGA as a cleric, but he
that makes sense.
Is not a cleric.
What?
Have you ever heard of a warlock?
Oh, yes. The not quite as rare as druids, but still fairly rare.
Yes, he is a warlock of the Great Old One.
Her eyes go wide.
But he thinks he's a cleric, so because he's registered as a cleric.
I see. Okay. Well.
But he does a really good job, just like everybody else on my team. Wouldn't have gotten where we are today without them.
All right. And it's about this time that the fun over there on Uncle Frederick, and that's when your character...
She's dragging... I'm dragging Frederick along with me.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, Mr. Ray, I was telling him how amazing you are at playing music and stuff, and I would really love to dance with him.
And so the sergeant, because of course you guys had already performed a couple of times for them. So the sergeant and some of the guards that are there, the soldiers that are there, they're like, yes, Miss Ray, and so of course everybody's intrigued now, the adventurers and the captain that came along. So go ahead and roll me a perform. And did you find one of those songs you wanna tell?
I want to rickroll everybody again.
You want to rickroll everybody again? We don't even do the same song. I think there's still one. You could do the one he suggested, even though it's not complete.
I have one line written out for it.
Oh. Okay.
That's why I said it's a work in progress.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn you had more, like what have we done? We've done rickroll.
Mm-hmm.
We've done...
I've done my Bohemian Rhapsody.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
I've done my Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger. Right. That was...
Let's see. What else have I done? I've done my Whip It parody.
Oh, you did?
Did I do my Whip It parody?
Hey, Aldana.
Hey, Aldana. Hey, Azolaide. Eric Kari.
Azolaide's here too. Eric, oh, awesome. Thank you guys.
And Face Gamer.
Yeah. Just a quick hello. Oh wow, it's actually late. It's a perfect time to take a little break, and chat with chat.
Did I do my Whip It parody?
No, you did that for stream.
I didn't do that on that stream?
I don't think you have.
Yeah, I don't.
You've done a lot. Yeah, you've done more for us before we started streaming.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll do the Whip It parody that I have.
Okay, that would be good. All right, before we take a break, let's have you. Except you've already given away the
Yeah.
That's all right.
okay.
Do it anyway.
Okay. Swing that sword. Give the rogue a stare. Raise up your shield. Give the orc a smack. When an enemy comes along, you must swing it. Before the group gets out of control, you must swing it. When something's going wrong, you must swing it. Now swing it. Towards the ground. They get up. Knock them down. Sidestep. Move it back. Try to deflect. It's not too late to swing it. Swing it good.
That was awesome. So roll me your performance check.
Always.
27.
Holy crap. All right. So you blow their socks off with your performance just out of the blue after you're sitting there, you're snacking on your food, just barely kind of touching it, and you're doing your report and you had a conversation, and then suddenly Fern comes over and says, Miss Ray, you know, and then, you know, now you just whip out the violin and just knock it out of the park just naturally. And the
dancing offbeat.
yeah, and she's dancing, and she gets the big barbarian dancing, and he's terrible. He's like,
we're both terrible,
well,
but it's okay.
Yeah, but no, you at least kind of, your terribleness fits like it works, right? This looks like, you know.
Is he twerking really terribly?
No, he's not twerking. He's just like stomping his feet, and he's like, you know, like I'm trying to be a bad dancer.
Like at a mosh pit.
Yeah. And
but it's like a gentle. It's like a really good dance song. He's just like mosh pit.
Yeah. So they are all impressed by your song work, and you kind of feel like you have impressed Fulcrum and his group in a way that they didn't anticipate being impressed, because of your unorthodox nature, and because your performance and your personalities are infectious and very uplifting. And
especially Fern.
No, he's not twerking.
So good.
That was spectacular, Izzo. I'm sure you guys probably want snackings and to do the 3 8s: urinate, hydrate, and stretchinate. So a barbarian twerking, yeah, gauge my eyes out. Gouge my eyes out, please.
I said he was twerking terribly.
Well, yeah, okay, some of the time maybe he was.
Fern's just like.
All right. So,
Sprinkler, are you gonna do
I'll be right back.
the running man?
But like terribly.
But D Gamer, I'm glad you liked my parody of Whip It. Called Swing It. I need to reorganize my
Inner
song list
dwarf
into
voice.
what I've
Those aren't rare
performed and
enough.
what I'm still working on.
So, all right, I'm gonna go make myself some more tea.
Yeah, you do that. You're silly. Ow, that hurt. Okay. Oh. Oh, where'd it go? There it was. Okay.
Doing well. How are you, Eric Hikari? Good to see you.
Oh, 1 second. I'll join the party in a moment.
You joined a what?
I said I'm joining the party in a minute. I was doing research.
On?
Nothing. I couldn't remember if it was Polearm Master or if it was Great Weapon Master that did the damage as well. And yeah.
Eldana, what did you do to have your feet killing you? Been a fun night, lots of laughing with Fern antics and some nice tunes from Miss Ray.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Gotta love Fern and her antics.
Of course.
What are you talking about? Not just Fern, you all got some antics. And Ms. Emillynn, Ray, you have some antics of your own.
No wonder your feet are killing you, Eldana. Why did you walk 3.5 miles in heels?
Yeah, wow, ouch. Heels practice? I don't know.
The amount of Lorkris patience is, I swear, is beyond a Goliath human talent. I learned from actually doing. Fern is not far off from Druid. So...
Notice the voice.
We get it. But I bet you, like, I know you like to tease that, like, you know, that it's so tough, but I know that
it's so much fun.
Exactly. It's like it's one of the reasons why you love her. Right?
100%.
Yep. So
yeah,
and I get it. It's the same way between StarkItty and I. There's just, you know, these things that you're like, oh.
Yeah, we've developed our own microculture between us two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you know that couples and peoples and groups, they form their own little microculture?
Yeah, it's
so it's like, you know, we have a microculture, and I'm like, you are just the greatest human ever.
I know, right? I honestly feel like the four of us are doing the same thing, creating.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
And we're sharing that microculture with our amazing Twitch fam too.
Oh yeah.
So hey, Brett's here.
If anyone has spent any time in my streams when I do stream, my favorite command is !wife, and it just says, "Fucking save me." But yes. Okay, Izo. It's not an and, it's just a druid. She has her own food culture. Because her food culture is absent of ice cream. I do not have that. I mean, I had that, but not my fault. Her fault.
Well, Eldana, did you get all your shopping done? Makes sense. She's lady and keeps things light and interesting, while you are the stable anchor to keep things from too much chaos. Makes sense. That is true. That is true, Deacon.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so fun. I thought it'd be way more hot wearing, like, my vest and tie.
But it's not? What's the temperature like there right now?
High pollen.
Hi, pollen.
Well, I was looking down at the weather thing, and it just said high pollen, and I was
73 degrees here.
Wow, 73.
Wow. For us, it was 102 today.
That's not funny. Why would you laugh at him like that?
At what?
That's Stormy for.
No, I was
so
laughing
hot.
at Izo.
Oh. Don't. Yeah. Yeah, that's gross. 102. Ugh.
Current temperature is 91 degrees outside, and it is almost 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have not made acorn bread yet.
I hate that word, yet.
Keeps things spicy.
But you guys do have AC, right? As you were mentioning the other day, you had an issue with the AC, or this a couple weeks ago, rather. Right?
Hadn't what?
You guys at least have AC, right?
Yeah, we have AC.
Oh God, yeah. You can't have AC in this part of the country. I mean, you can't
Not
live
have
without
it.
AC. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah. Because I remember you guys were mentioning, I think it was a couple weeks ago, that you had some issue with your AC or something.
Yeah, it was making a strange noise.
It was months ago, but yeah, it turned out that it's new. We had it put in last year, at the end of last year, and they had just overcharged it. And so they just had to bleed some of the charge out of it some, and it's fine.
Gotcha.
But thanks for that. Yeah, like it's funny that someone who's grown up in a part of the country where the culture and climate is such that having central air is an unusual thing. Your reaction is, oh, but you guys you have the thought that someone wouldn't have it, but where we're at, it's the reverse. Like you would not, like it baffles me that I didn't even really realize there are parts of the country where people don't normally have HVAC. And I'm like, wow. It's
As a Nord AC, the stuff of legends.
yes.
AC, never heard of her. Oh wait, that's Lacey. My bad. Never heard of Lacey.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't even use our fireplace. Yeah, can't even use a fireplace.
So man, we have some amazing folks in here tonight. Look at this. Look at all you amazing folks. Eldana, Lord Brett, good to see you. Eric Kari, I know we said hello earlier, but I want to say it again. Zole, the master is Zole, taking care of us always. And of course, who else we got? Ooh, Face Gamer. Oh my gosh, Lieutenant Face Gamer, welcome. Back.
Face Gamer is Fate's twin brother.
Right. I remember. It's so good to see you. It's so good. Thank you.
He always has a habit of trying to call or text me during D&D streams. I'm playing D&D. He's like, oh.
It looks like we have
All-Star popped in to say hi.
Right on. For All-Star lurking tonight. Of course, Suspicious Ninja's been here. Thank you guys for coming back when we were having all our technical issues.
Absolutely.
It really was. It just turned out that we needed to reboot the router and the cable modem. So anybody who's lurking in the background, know that you are also acknowledged and appreciated and loved. Yes. And I won't, like I said, I won't ever call people out because I know people want their privacy. This still tastes like soap.
Kind of tastes like tea, but it's also really hot now. And I kind of burnt the rest of my taste buds off, I think.
Oh, no.
Thank you for the lurk, Fate.
Yeah, thanks for the lurk, Fate. Are you not going to play tonight? You're just going to lurk from now on?
I'm going to lurk in chat.
I'm not.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, I guess that was kind of a quick break, but oh God. So, hi guys, I'm StormyD, your dungeon master. It's gonna just be me tonight.
No, I'm here. Here. I'm not lurking.
I guess.
I'm staying here.
All right. Fern and I are gonna entertain and regale you guys with tales of peach pie.
It's a Fern and Rylar adventure.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Can it be a paint by number?
Oh man, that would be a really fun, just random, epic side quest to the kitchen.
We should.
Today on cooking.
Maybe we should do that one day just for the fun of it on banter and what was it?
Bandwidth and banter.
Bandwidth and banter, yeah. That could be fun.
Oh man. I'm gonna lurk. Look, my boss is calling me, asking if I can come in for work. I say, gonna lurk. Bye. Oh man. Yeah.
Lots of crimes being committed with Rylar's X-ray vision. Oh my god, I forgot.
Oh, I forgot about that too.
I forgot.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and you guys also forget about his little pseudo telepathy too.
We haven't had to use it.
That's true. There hasn't really been a moment.
At least I personally, even as a player, haven't recognized the moments where it would have been beneficial.
Right.
I know I was ready for wanting to use it when we were coming up to the tower, and we were gonna go up against what we thought was gonna be that group in where that encampment was. That would have been a perfect opportunity, but nope, no one was there. So.
Yep, they were off somewhere else apparently, but they eventually swung back around.
Yup.
That was a mistake.
That's
from a character
that's true, Ares.
From their character standpoint, that was a mistake.
Yeah. Well, is everybody all done with their break and ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. We shall continue on with the adventure. Enjoy the show, and we'll see you for a little bit more chatting at the end tonight. All right.
I love you, wifey.
Chat dark.
Yes, Eldana, put your feet up. Get some rest.
Yes.
Stop walking around in heels, you crazy.
All right. So, was there basically that night? You kind of get to know the Crystal Hedge and Fulcrum a little bit better, and you guys end up having a conversation with Fulcrum and telling him about how Lady Solana's doing, and basically he gets from you guys that her business is going really well, that she's got contracts with the leaders of the township itself, and it actually and the trade routes that go through it, and it's just been she's got it's been very lucrative for her. She even has some people working for her, but she just kind of one of the times that she was out with her with a couple of her employees searching for some rare herbs was how she met the two of you, and you basically had kind of stumbled out of the forest after weeks of traveling in the wild, and she just fell in love with you because you're such an interesting and odd couple. I mean, I know you're not necessarily a couple, you're but you're just an odd pairing, right? And she was fascinated by this unusual elf creature, and she, being as wizened and experienced as she is, had heard of wood elves a bit, and then of course knew she had actually done some trading with Goliath, some of the Goliath tribes in the past, and so that's why she kind of took you guys under her wing, and from then on, that's where everything led, and now you're here, and he's happy to hear how she's doing, and it's of course Fern and Lorkris keep saying that they're keeping a book of foliage and
prize for her, okay?
You cut
cannot
out again.
tell her.
You cut out again.
It is a surprise. It's a surprise for her. She does not know.
No, it's not a surprise.
Yeah.
No?
She straight up told us.
Oh, that's true.
Like, I'm gonna sponsor you, but when you come back,
I forgot.
please bring me some unique flora.
Yeah.
So if you find anything cool, you
There
can
we
always
go.
bring it to us. And you guys have to come party with us at the Castaway Inn. So when you bring us the cool stuff, okay?
All right. So, is there any specific kinds of questions? Of course, like I said, you guys get to know him a little bit better, and he's the more he gets to know you guys, and especially after the performance and everything, the more he understands the dynamic of your group and why you work together. And then they end up having a conversation, their group, as to, and they kind of figure them out amongst themselves that, you guys have so much healing and so much interconnectedness because your characters' professions, the way they work together, just meshes really well, that they really understand that you're just a very unorthodox and unusual group. What were you going to say?
Going to just ask. You guys are going back to the Misty City after this, yeah?
I was gonna, before you get to that's role playing. I was gonna I lost my train of thought. What was it? They were gonna
We mesh really well.
No, it was before that.
Team and everything.
He
understands how cool we are.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I forget. It'll either come back to me or whatnot. But at any rate, they say perhaps we're going to have a conversation with the captain and see what we do next. That was kind of our plan, but it just depends on some factors too. So they're going to say probably, but not promise. So.
Or it would be so cool to be able to travel back with you guys.
I
think there would be nothing that can stop the 8 of us.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Gloriana and Dina think, oh, that would be lovely. And Frederick is like, he's like insistent. Oh yeah, that would be amazing. And then of course after he hit it off with you, he chats up Lorkris and you guys kind of hit it off too and chat and everything. But was there anything in particular? I think it wasn't anything. Was there anything in particular you guys wanted to ask Fulcrum and or this group? Anything you wanted to know you could think of that your characters might be curious about from Fulcrum and or this group?
What's currently happening in the mines?
A good one. Did she raise her hand as she's about to drink? Well, I'll tell while she's drinking. I'll hold your question. They explain that that's a great question and shows that you're forward thinking. They're happy that you asked that question, and they explain that they've had to they've basically been able to force the humanoid hordes out of the higher levels of the mine. There's basically 3 levels of the mine, and then the floor level, so like 4. And they've been able to push them back to the lowest level, which is where they're coming through. But because of how entrenched they are, they haven't been able to get into the inner chamber where they're all coming from, and they don't understand how they're pouring through. They don't know, like it doesn't make sense how there would be so many of them, and they continue to be able to reinforce their forces, and so, but they've been able to drive them back. For the most part, and they're working. They say they can't explain. It's kind of top secret, but they're working on a mission to ultimately, drive them back into that chamber. And they're looking for potential secret ways into that chamber. They suspect there must be because of the Ogre Magi guerrilla team that has been kind of working in different parts of the mine. So they did, uncover some of the secret tunnels, and they've done a combination of, guarding them and or closing some of them off. But they say that they're at the moment they're kind of at a slight standstill. But they're working on some missions that they think might work.
Do you guys have any druids that can like talk to animals or bugs or something that live in the mines that they could tell you?
So they explain to you that druids are pretty rare. In fact, there's only one druid that they know of. There's a druid on the main team of the Loam Riders, which is
the Loam Riders.
Oh,
that's the number 3 ranked guild. Well, it's tied for number 2 with them, right?
Ah.
And then that also Renly's Bonejack Marauders, their secondary team has a druid. And so, as far as they know, the 3 of you are the only druids on the island.
Isn't there a druid that works for the MGA? Isn't that the friend of the ghost in the tower?
Correct. He's a consultant for the MGA now, but he works in administration. And basically works in administration and research and development. So basically he's no longer a field druid.
So the guys that, work for the other ranked guild, their druid that hasn't thought about talking to the animals or something?
Actually, I'm going to amend something that I said slightly. I'll say that the only druids are the one in Loam Riders. I will say there's none in Bonejack Marauders. We'll just kind of retcon that slightly. It's just the one that you guys now are aware of. I meant there'd only be 2 others on the island. So, my bad. The one in Loam Riders, and then the one that's back in the MGA, working for the MGA. They explain that the one that's in Loam Riders is part of. What was your question specifically again? I'm sorry.
Say the druid talk to like the plants that are in the mine, or like any of the bugs, or any of like the animals that live in there, because guaranteed if you're really nice to them, they'll tell you all the secret tunnels and stuff.
Yeah. So he says, yes, that has been one of their sources of gathering information. But of course, keep in mind that animals only have a rudimentary level of intelligence, and so they haven't actually been able to figure out exactly. There's only so much that so you're kind of. They explain that there's only some occasional rats and bats down there that the druid and Loam Riders can speak to, and then you bring up in the conversation, well, why didn't they talk to some of the like the insects or things like that in that nature? And they explain that as far as they know, their druid can't do that. They can only communicate with like what am I thinking of? Mammals, right? Not they can't communicate with insects, and like their druid just for some reason is a little bit more limited in their communicative ability. So,
well, I really like bugs. I don't know if you could tell. So
they say, yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Well, maybe I could just be like, you need to learn to talk to bugs, and then I can talk to the bugs in the mine.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool.
They look at each other and they say, that's something we'll
It's just an idea. I don't know.
Well, actually, they say, yeah, that's something they'll bring up to General Horvath. That's a good idea. If you could potentially gather information that we haven't been able to, then when you're able to come, if Mr. Jocko wants you all to come to the Golgothian mines, and if it's something that you guys want to do, they obviously know that you all have different choices that you might make or whatnot. But if you end up there at the Golgothian mines helping them, this team is going to recommend you, if that's what you want to do. They will basically be your not sponsor, but give you guys a reference. They'll gladly be your reference. So
Jocko's probably gonna tell us to take some days off.
They say, well, maybe. We're kind of at a point with the gold and platinum level teams that we really need. We need some strength in the mines to help us. You might be the final cog in the wheel to solve the problem of the Golgothian mines. So we'll see. But then the captain, he's kind of overhears some of this conversation. He says, "Yes, but don't forget about there's also the pirate menace that's been a problem with the shipping lane, and it's going to be because of some of the problems on the eastern side of the mainland. The main naval force of the Gilded Nations has not been able to send a good enough enough ships and resources to solve it. And so, who knows who will go where, what will happen. But, and you guys remember that was actually something that had been talked about previously, about the kind of a couple of big things going on. So, but whatever you guys.
Last time I was on a ship, I got seasick.
And Dina says, "Oh, I know, love. I'm the same way." She says, "I can't stand being on a ship. It makes me nauseous."
It was really bad. Oh, I just wanted to tell you, Dina, because I can see that you are like a cleric or something, yeah?
Yes, I am a priestess of Tyr.
So I have a garden at my guild hall, and I'm putting shrines to all of my friends' gods out there. And if you want, you can come out and then you can tell me how you want to decorate your shrine area for Tyr if you want.
She says, I'm not sure why you would honor me with such a thing, but how could I say no to that lovely invitation?
You just have to come and party with us at the Castaway Inn. That's all.
They say, all right. Gloriana says, that sounds lovely. Sounds like a roaring good time. But of course, if we come visit you at Castaway Inn, you will have to come. Did I ever name it? I guess maybe I didn't.
On the fly lore crafting. Be careful, whatever you say next is canon.
Yeah.
Yeah, in.
So, then you would have to come over to Rakon Jade Tavern. That's the big one that's over there by the that is the main party place for all the ranked guilds. Of course, all the guilds have their own taverns inside. And so, of course, we would invite you to any private parties that happen there. Not all of the private parties, but of course, sometime you'll have to come over to one of our own private parties when we have them. Of course, we're so busy right now. But, yes,
I know, but We really like the people at the Castaway, and they were very kind to us. So we like to try to get them as much business as possible when we are around.
Well, the Rakon Jade Inn is amazing. So if you want to know how I'm spelling that, it's Rakkon and then the word Jade.
I spelled it with C, and I was like, raccoon! That's not right.
It reminds me of Rakdos from Magic the Gathering.
Oh yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah. That wasn't where it came from in my head. I don't know where it came from.
But when he said it, the first spelling that came to mind was the same as like Rakdos.
Yeah.
Just because it.
Okay, right, yeah. So.
I chime in and go, I actually like performing at the Castaway, and it's nice getting to know all the administrative staff at the MGA. Because some of the administrative staff does come out to that, at least from what I remember.
Oh, not administrative staff. Some of the
lower level administrative staff.
Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe a few.
The peons.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I look down on them, metaphorically. Physically, yes, but.
Yes. So, all right. So, is there anything else that you like? You guys want to ask these guys or talk to them about?
No, I'm busy writing my report. But if anybody comes up to me as I'm writing my report, they'll hear me going, "No, I spelled that correctly. I don't know what you're talking about. No, this is how it happened. Okay."
All right. So, having said that, yeah, they don't bring it up to the other members. They're not sure what they heard or saw or witnessed. But
talking to myself as I'm writing this out.
Yeah. So, after a little while of this fun stuff, Rylar comes over to you and tugs on you and says, Miss Ray, you're being antisocial. It's not like you. Let's write your report later and have some fun and talk to these people, please. It'll be more fun.
I'm almost done.
You're so busy.
Well, the report has got to get written at some point in time.
Well, don't we have lots of days to get back?
We do, but I like to get a head start.
Okay, Miss Ray, I'm gonna go get Fern, and she's gonna come and be in and grab you. He comes over to.
You heard
Fern.
that right, Philip? We gotta write faster.
Fern!
Yeah.
We got to go save Miss Ray from her paperwork.
Oh no! Okay, I grab my friend. What's his name?
Frederick,
I need your help.
I grab my stuff and I go hide.
Can you?
Too late.
Frederick, can you be sneaky?
Well, you're all. There's nowhere to be sneaky in the banquet hall.
I don't care. I'm gonna be like, Frederick, I need you to start sneaking, okay? And then with my staff, I cast Pass Without a Trace. For no reason.
All right, it doesn't work. Everyone watches you guys trying to be sneaky in the middle of the room with everyone watching. You sneak over to Miss Ray, and she, of course, sees this and stops writing.
And then I just
put my quill down. I cover my ink pot, gather up my paperwork, put it in my little bag, put all my stuff away. Yes, Fern.
Miss Ray.
Yes.
Come play.
I just finished my report.
Come on.
To the certain point, but okay.
You put it away.
I did put it away.
Where is it? Okay, good. You and Philip need to come have a good time, okay? You're holding Philip hostage from having a good time. That's not very considerate. Huh, Philip?
Yeah, Philip's agreeing with you, but he was the one yelling at me while I was writing my report, telling me I was spelling things wrong, and I'm like...
Because he's bored and he wants to hang out and talk to people.
All right. Okay.
All right, so you guys end up having a good time, and then stay the night, and in the morning... Oh, go ahead.
I go sleep under my tree.
Of course. When everything's said and done.
And if there is any soldiers out there close to the tree, Fern's gonna tell them all to be nice to the tree.
They aren't, because it's inside the fort, inside the walls. So, but some of them are on guard duty. They go and you tell them that, and so
yeah.
I will mention in the swing of the festivities, Lorkris will sneak out at a moment. Not like sneak. He's just like, I'm gonna go. Like, he hasn't talked to Cade in a while.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hasn't spent time with the horse, right. So he's gonna go and just be like, acknowledge, get some fresh air.
Okay.
Get some quiet time.
Get some quiet time.
All right.
And then come back.
All right. Having said all that, in the morning, the captain and Fulcrum come to you guys, and they tell you. You kind of get the sense that the sergeant didn't. You don't know for sure, obviously, because he would have had a private meeting with the captain, right? But you kind of get the sense from all the conversations after the fact, and especially in the morning when you're chatting with him and stuff, but you get the sense that he didn't necessarily bring up what the ogre mage said to you guys. Almost as if, I mean, if you remember correctly, he was charmed at the time. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't really have a good memory of it. And the guards in the heat of the battle weren't paying attention at all, the other soldiers. And they would have been just kind of confused by it. So basically kind of went under the radar a little bit. That didn't get a part of the report. You get the sense that that's the case. And but they do, the captain and Fulcrum explained to you that based upon the fact that this assault team made it this far past them somehow, and the fact that the ogre mage, the Oni, got away, they're gonna sadly delay their return to Misty City and head back with this group to Goldothian Fortress. They just feel like they need to report this to the general and to the adventuring garrison commander, and just start making some plans and like just kind of they're really sad that they can't travel back with you guys, but you understand that they have to do what's the priority, and with that mage potentially out there somewhere, they want to get focused on figuring out where it is and how on earth they're getting out and past the Goldothian mine fortress, which is literally at the entrance to the Goldothian mines. So there must be another exit somewhere, or there's something else going on that they're not aware of. And so, yeah.
May I? If I remember correctly, and this may just be from the direction that we finally noticed them coming, they were running at us from eastern northeast from the tower, correct?
True, but remember that where you get the sense that they had to have come from the west, right? Somewhere in the west and around those hills, to where, because they were going to go where there was going to be a encampment, an enclave, a fortress built by those giants that you killed, right?
Yeah.
But that wasn't there anymore. So they probably looked around for, they probably looked around for another place to build, and or potentially other adventurers to slay or whatnot, and basically just kind of were using their mobility tactics, and and ultimately just swung back around. But you do get the sense that it was also probably part of their plan to attack this tower. You're just thinking about it strategically and tactically. They were trying to have an encampment in the hills that are not far from that tower. Their intent all along was probably to try and take that tower but to also have, a backup encampment, an enclave over there, and you kind of put a crimp in that particular plan. So they basically pivoted and adjusted their plan and swung around. That's why they ended up coming from the east, because they had basically come from the west up through and around those hills to where that enclave would have been. And when it wasn't there, when it wasn't available, they must have moved on, and then that's why they had to come from the east. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Wonder what the purpose of taking the tower would be. Why now?
So you say that to Fulcrum and the captain?
Yeah.
The captain kind of just nonchalantly says, "Who knows what these humanoids are thinking of?" But Fulcrum, being a little bit more experienced than that, says, "No, he's got a point. They're obviously using advanced strategies and had a purpose. My guess is if they take that tower, then they eliminate another potential way of seeing their movements across these fields, across these plains. And so maybe their intent, I'll be honest with you, it's kind of terrifying, because if they had been able to take this tower, if they have some other exit, then they might have actually been able to flank us in the Goldothian mines."
Out of curiosity, is the captain nearby of the regiment that came by?
He's the one with conversation right now. It's
Okay,
you and Fulcrum.
I'm making sure I'm talking to the right guy.
Right.
How often is this fire lit?
Honestly, it hasn't happened in quite some time. It hasn't needed to happen in quite some time. So there are different types of like they explain that they can put in different colored powders, and that tells them what kind of situation it is. Sometimes it's, we see some sort of random flying monster, and sometimes it's a small group moving across the plains. But most of the time, that's few and far between. They say they have not had to light this, and especially that particular color in a very long time, and so it's an unusual emergency.
But it diverted forces to the tower.
And Fulcrum says, yes, that's the other reason why we want to head back with the group and not go back to Misty City with you guys.
I feel if worst come to worst, it could have been nothing but a diversion. The intent to take the tower, whether it's to keep it or not, light the tower and pull forces away from the mines.
Well, that's the other reason why we're gonna head out this morning.
Any of you guys have like messaging or something, magical communication or something? Oh wait, that's not a thing here. Never mind. Scratch that.
That's right. Yeah. At least so far, it is not a magical technology that has been developed in this world that you're aware of. Just like long-term flight and long-distance teleportation, neither one of those have been developed magically. So we wouldn't call this a low magic age, more like a medium magic age, as it were.
I wish there was a way you guys could magically communicate with us if you guys need us.
The captain says, and if frogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their butts on the ground.
Well, frogs like to bump their butts on the ground. Have you ever talked to one?
He says, well, no, milady, I have not. Is it true?
I've talked to quite a few now, yeah.
And they actually like to bump their butts on the ground?
When they hop, they are like, oh, there's the ground, yay.
Oh. Well, I guess then my saying, my joke doesn't fit anymore, does it? I guess I'll have to come up with a new one.
Use that one for trivia night.
You can still use it, but don't tell it to a druid that's talked to frogs.
That's about it. That's all I got.
All right. Did you, as the party leader, want to say something to the captain in Fulcrum? By the way, real quick, while you're thinking about that, just you guys get the sense from that night spending time with him and this morning, the way things are going, that Fulcrum is likely the kind of secret leader of this adventuring group. You know what I mean? That mainly, you get the sense that Gloriana is the face, and most of the time is kind of the lead, takes the lead and stuff. But you get the sense from an experience standpoint, from a tactic standpoint, and from taking care of the party, that Fulcrum is the kind of behind the scenes leader of this particular adventuring party. So.
I mean, I would just ask them general questions like, how long have they been adventuring as a group? How many seasons have all of them been on the continent? A little bit more about their guild in general.
Gotcha. So, Fulcrum has been here for 3 years, and the others have been here for various couple years, a year. And are you okay? Are you playing with your lymph nodes?
No.
My cheeks hurt from smiling.
Oh, poor thing. All right. That's such a Druid and Fern thing to say. It's so adorable. All right. So, and what was the other thing you asked?
How long they've been adventuring together, how many seasons they've been on the island, just like.
So they came together various, a couple of them were on the same team for a while. They, some team members have moved around. A couple of these team members ended up being recruited, but basically Gloriana and Fulcrum were the original founding members of this team with Crystal Hedge, when they started working for the guild, and both of them have been with Crystal Hedge for 3 years. So and there's typically what the seasons are roughly like 6 month periods. So. Which means they've been there for, 6 seasons, right?
Yeah.
And stuff.
And the last question I want to ask them, since they're all adventurers like us, and we just finished this quest, tell us about your experience in the tower.
So they explain that sadly, they made their gold pauper before this became a thing. No, that's not true. That wouldn't be true. Let me think for a second. Because how far back this thing was built and everything. Yeah.
That is such a good question.
Yeah, look at you. That's clever. Put the DM on the spot there.
Yep.
They say that they were able to deal with the situation pretty easily because Fulcrum, being the most experienced member of the party, he had dealt with different kinds of spectral spirits in the past, and so was able to keep the group calm. Although Gloriana was kind of freaked out by the ghosties, is what she called it. Frederick too was being kind of a barbarian type. He was kind of superstitious, and and creeped out. But they were led by Fulcrum, who kept them together, keep them from completely freaking out and stuff. And then ultimately Dina, being a priest of Tyr, was able to commune with Tyr and got a clue about this ghost. And at first they were going to try and exorcise the thing, but then once she communed with Tyr about it, he gave her a clue that there was no reason to exorcise it, and so they ended up, the first couple of nights were rough, but then once they figured out the mystery of it, they basically came to an understanding with the ghost of the tower and finished the mission.
So
we're friends with him now.
You guys didn't get to talk to the ghost in the tower?
And they say, oh yeah, they eventually did communicate with it, and that's why we were able to come to an understanding.
So what did you think of Orianus?
They that mission was so many years ago for them that they don't have a lot of recollection. They tell you that kind of Orianus was he was the spirit of the tower to them. It wasn't like anything. They didn't get to know him really well. They just came to an understanding that he was there to test the mental, to test the adventurers to see if they were ready mentally to deal with supernatural forces. And
so you don't know that he was a wizard and his bones are actually buried underneath the foundation.
They said we eventually found that out just after we did the mission. Then the MGA let us research it for curiosity's sake, and they found that out. But we didn't. How did you all know? Did you sneak into the MGA and do research ahead of time?
Oh no, we found out on the second day. Lorkris over here. What was it you did, Lorkris? What was the ritual?
Performed a funeral.
So the priestess lady was like, Dina, she's like, oh, that's a clever idea. I hadn't thought of that.
So we did that. And go ahead, Fern.
Oh, and then he possessed me the first time, and we were just talking to him and everything. The whole entire time I was asking him to be our friend and everything, because what he was doing was not very spooky or anything. I just wanted him to be my friend, because I talked to the tree out there, and he told me that the Druid built a tower and stuff. So I thought at first he was the Druid, but he wasn't the Druid, he's friends with the Druid. The Druid built a tower for him.
So they're impressed and amazed at how you guys used skills and abilities that other teams wouldn't have had to go into the test, almost like like you had changed the rules of the test inadvertently. Right? You guys pulled a Captain Kirk from Wrath of Khan, right? You basically had reprogrammed the test to make it winnable. It was no longer a Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah.
But yeah. So because you knew going into it that there was more to it, and so you had a little bit of intel, and then of course, because you were not in the least bit afraid, you just befriended it. So well done.
And just to let you know, he does like information. So if you ever want to give him an update, just write it out on a piece of paper, set it on the table in there. He'll eventually read it.
They say, well, if we're not too busy.
Yeah, just make sure that you write his name on it. Say, to Orianus. Love us.
Because he likes to stay
We are
informed.
friends with Jocko's Relic Hunters.
They're amused and amazed by this. Yeah. So you guys did a remarkable job And if there isn't anything else that you want to do or say, you say your goodbyes to, Crystal Hedge. You say your goodbyes to the captain and his regiment, and to Sergeant Lark and his soldiers. And Fern is sad faced because she's saying goodbye to everybody and not getting to travel back with Crystal Hedge.
Out of character, is it only just going to be Captain Lark and there was a total of Captain Lark and like 3 others before Hubert died, or is it Captain Lark and 4 others? So total of 5.
Yeah, it was Captain Lark and 4 troops, and there's 3 left. They're going to actually leave one of their platoons here.
Okay.
So it'd be an additional 4.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's a temporary thing until they can. But because of this, they're going to basically arrange it such that they're going to, because it looks like the humanoid forces intend more of a military war strategy of some kind. They're beyond what they were doing before. They want to go ahead and reinforce this, with the proper amount of people. So,
sounds like a good idea.
But I didn't want to leave just 4 of them to guard this whole place.
Right. So there will be 3 plus Sergeant Lark plus 4 regiment scouts. So.
Yeah, because if they were all going to go back to the mines, I'd be like, team, do we want to stay until they bring more reinforcements for the tower?
Yeah, they thank you, but it's not necessary. And so that early morning, they head back out to make their way back, with... I just realized I said 12. So that would mean that there were 3 sets of 4. Yeah. So then they head back with 8 of their troops plus, the adventurers, and and then I'm assuming that you guys are ready to head back too.
Mm-hmm.
So did they get a random encounter back to the Goldathian mines?
You're not going to the Goldathian mines.
No. Do they get a random encounter going back to the Goldathian mines?
Maybe, you don't know. Was there anything else that you wanted to do or say to the Forbidden Watchtower folks?
I'll just say it's like, thank you for everything, and we look forward to seeing you all next time you're in Misty City.
Sergeant Lark asks you to, he says that he's gonna, he created a copy of his report that's going to be sent out later on, but since you're going back, he's going to give you the main report. It's sealed, and asks that you, and he trusts you. He knows that you guys will do the right thing, but you don't have anything to worry about. Everything that's in his report is a good thing, and he had nothing but amazing things to say about you guys. But he asks if you could take this back to the MGA for him.
Sure.
And
I tell him, it's like, don't worry, my report too says really great things about you guys.
They're like grateful that you were there. He and they believe that you saved their lives, without a doubt. And it was fate that you were there. And
I kind of left out the part about Sergeant Lark trying to hug Lorkris multiple times.
Well, since they weren't sure how to put that in the report, do you say that to him, or you just think it?
I think it.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you guys make your way back. Now, I believe you guys were interested in. Were you going to plan to head straight down?
Yeah, we were going to, if I remember correctly, you definitely correct me if I'm wrong, we were going to swing back through Novacrux Village.
Yeah, because Fern saw the blue light.
Right, or
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Novacrux, or was it in Rheingold?
It was in Novacrux.
It
Yeah.
was. Okay.
However,
Mm-hmm.
In light of recent events,
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of more so. I don't know.
It's fine. We can go back.
Roleplay.
I mean, passing through makes sense. I mean, it's kind of the quickest path from point A to point B.
Roleplay it.
Not really.
Huh?
Roleplay it.
Not really.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Oh,
Yeah.
you are. Okay.
Yeah. So I know we want to go back through Novacrux Village, or we plan to check on that blue light. It is on the way. However, I don't think we should spend too much time there, given the pertinence of this information getting back to Misty City.
Well, it's not. It is kind of out of the way, yeah.
No.
I mean, I'm fine if we have to skip it, to go straight to back, to go and tell all the stuff that's important and everything.
So there is a slightly faster way to go, but it's not going to really add but a few hours to the journey if you go back through Novacrux Village.
Okay.
Yeah, Fern, we'll go back through Novacrux Village. I mean, you have the blue light, I have the dark figure that I saw in the tower, right, Philip?
What if the dark figure in the tower was like the Oni projecting itself or something? Like scouting out the place or something? I don't know. What if it was that though?
Possible.
Let's
Well,
go to Novacrux.
Okay. So, you guys make your way down to Novacrux. It'll take, basically, I would say probably, like a couple of days to get to Novacrux. So, where's my dice? On your way back. First night camping. Actually, I'll decide if it's a day or not after I roll, if there is anything. Your first day and night are uneventful.
Okay.
Second day and night just before Novacrux Village. Just, different kinds of animals and it's mostly quiet through the hills and the trees. Fern loves it, and it's just beautiful through there. It's just gorgeous terrain. Making your way along just fine. And then you make your way, you decide, obviously, the timing of it is such that it's fine to camp right in Novacrux Village again, because just where the positioning of it. You could technically, actually, the timing of it is such that you actually could, you're going to take a little bit of time. Okay, let me back up a second. It's up to you guys. You could actually press on a couple more hours and camp out farther into the south, into the trees and hills, south of Novacrux Village. But you could also camp there in Novacrux Village. So it's up to you guys. What do you plan on doing?
Going to investigate Novacrux Village
No, I know.
for a while.
I know we're gonna do the investigation. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. I'm just saying, is your plan?
Are we gonna like investigate and then stay the night at Novacrux, or are we gonna investigate
Well, we
and
might
keep
as well.
going?
Well, she only
Obviously,
sees
yes.
the blue
Yeah.
light at night.
Huh?
She only sees the blue light
Sees
at
it at
night.
Yeah. So
So-
it makes sense to stay at Novacrux. Not to mention it's already, as dilapidated as it is, it's still better building structure than sleeping like out in the elements.
Mm-hmm.
There is some form of shelter if for some reason it'll rain.
Right. So when you guys make it, you break out of the trees, back into the now familiar township, ghost town, having been here several times. Make your way around the buildings. It's a cloudy day, but it doesn't feel or smell like rain per se. Of course, she can do magic to figure out if it's going to rain, I think. But as you make your way around the building you make your way around that basically that city hall building, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then right next to that was that building where the Fomorian had fallen into the roof, right? You are surprised to find its corpse is gone.
Huh?
You investigate further. There's definitely, the congealed, dried blood from where you guys had slain it. No sign of its body.
Hey, Rylar.
Yeah. What, Miss Fern?
RP scene?
Oh. Yes, big boss.
You're pretty good at tracking, right? I mean, you've pushed us through the wilderness plenty of times.
I'm pretty good. Miss Fern is a little bit better than I am, but yeah.
Can you see if there's any appropriate tracks or direction at where that body of that Fomorian went?
We can try. You want to try, Miss Fern?
Yeah.
All right, so let's roll together. You get
16.
all right. Just before you guys try, did I actually pick that up? I thought I did. Where is it? Yeah, he hits you with a guidance, which gives you another D4 you can roll, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
18.
All right, you get an 18, he gets a 19, so between the two of you, it looks like basically in the center of town, you find a couple of tracks, booted tracks. What's really strange about them is, well, actually, let me back up a second before you see the booted tracks. Obviously, there was a lot of tracks that would have been here, right? But what you find interesting is checking where the body was at. It looks like the body was dragged a certain distance out to the center of town, and it looks like it was dragged by two sets of booted prints and stops at effectively 3 sets of booted prints, as if they were standing there looking at the body. And then the prints, and these prints are different than the other prints. You could tell because earlier, some of the prints are older and like the place had been cleaned up by the MGA from your very first encounter a long time ago, right? And so obviously you saw the Fomorian prints. Basically we rolled good enough that there's something, these prints were fresher. We could tell that. These were fresher. 3 sets of booted prints, footprints, humanoid size. And the strange thing is that, again, it looks like the body was dragged to the center of town and the prints were there, but they don't go anywhere.
What?
You cut out.
The blue light. What if the blue light is like some sort of magic where they can like make the body disappear or something? Or like, but the question, like, why can I see it but nobody else can?
So
Rylar looks at the spot. You see him kind of staring intently at the spot.
Rylar, what are you seeing?
It's weird. It looks like there's some of the grains of sand, the grains of dirt right there in the spot. They look a little, almost like fading magic. I'm not sure. They're kind of sparkly, like fading magic. I don't know.
Like what color is it?
Oh, well, you know, it's always, when I use the detect magic, it's always the same. It's kind of a bluish color. But that's always, like, when I look at you guys in your gear and me in my gear, glowing stuff is a light blue color.
So you say there's 3 sets of prints?
Yeah.
So there was one that was essentially standing by the fountain.
Well,
And then the
it's
two
not by the fountain. So the fountain is closer. So just imagine that the building is here, right? The city hall's here. The fountain is there. The body was dragged over here. So and then there was one set of prints that looks like it just had a few steps and stood there. And then there's another 2 sets of prints that looks like they, after you look at it closer, it looks like they walked over to the Fomorian's body, dragged the Fomorian's body, and stopped there. And Rylar is pointing at the ground where he sees the sparkly dirt, and he says, "It's fading. It's weird. It's not really there very long. Miss Fern, maybe you should talk to the dirt. Can you do that?"
Can I talk to dirt? I'm going to cast.
I'm just gonna cast something.
Are there any trees nearby?
Oh,
yeah, is there like trees close by or something?
Oh yeah, like on the
Like
outskirts
really, really
of the
close?
town, there are trees, but they're kind of obscured by the buildings just to a certain degree.
Is there like a bush in the middle of town? Is there like a little weed? Is there like a couple blades of grass?
There's definitely some overgrown. Absolutely, there's definitely lots of overgrown vines and foliage and stuff, but not in the center area. Just kind of on the buildings.
But
nearby.
where it has a clear view.
Oh yeah, for
of
sure.
Okay.
But you
I'm
also
going to
get
go
the
to-
sense that you get this feeling like Rylar's like, I don't know. You could. I don't know.
Can I go up to the dirt?
Well, yeah, he's like pointing at a spot.
I'm going to go poke it. Like grab it. Can I like grab some and like look at it and like really close?
So you grab some of the dirt and it just looks like dirt to you, but you kind of get this feeling like some of the dirt that's there doesn't belong there.
I'm going to shove that handful of dirt that I have in my hand into my pocket.
Okay.
With a little bit more. Just shove a bunch of it in my pocket. And I'm going to go to the nearest weed or vine or something that has a view of the center of town. And I'm going to cast Speak with Plants.
Okay. So you're talking to the vine. Oh, go ahead. What'd you
I would
say?
say while she's walking off to do that, and you can let me know what I find out if I find anything out after having the conversation, because I know I'm kind of cutting in. If Rylar is pointing at the dirt and saying the dirt is glowing, I'll use the divine sense to do the detect good and evil. Sense anything by the hollowed spell and know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet. More so trying to see if I pick up any interesting magic. I know it doesn't necessarily work that way, but that's the immediate thing that I can do.
If it is good or evil dirt.
Yeah.
Sadly,
can I get a sense of-
unfortunately, your hypothesis is right that it doesn't give you any information.
Yeah. That's
But
right.
it was always a good try. I love that you as a character, as a player, and as your character are always trying something. It's very, very good. All right, so and you're kind of watching all this, and all right, and listening intently as you always do. You like to watch and observe and listen. So she goes over and starts talking to the vine. The vines are like, the vines are like.
Hello, my name is Fern.
Hello, you're Miss Fern. I'm the vine.
You are so beautiful.
Oh yes, not as beautiful as you, milady.
Oh, you are so kind. I have a couple of questions for you, if I can ask them. Is that okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Okay.
Were you here when there was that really big scary body that was like dead in that house over there?
Oh yes. Yes, here. Yes.
Do you remember the purple giant?
Yes. Angry. You hurt angry thing.
Do you know where his body went? Who took the body? Did you see it?
Dragged to somewhere over there and disappear.
So we tracked the footprints of the creatures that dragged the body. Did they have pointy ears like me? Or
No, not really. No ears.
no ears? Like at all?
No. The body likely taken to the root cluster.
The root cluster? What is that?
Yes. Root cluster under the town in that spot.
A root cluster under the ground? Like, is there people living under there?
Let me ask some of the other plants that we are connected to through the root systems. Just a moment.
You are so kind.
Yes, there are different places throughout this land where there are peoples living under the ground, sometimes far away. Their root clusters.
Like how far away?
Their root clusters spread throughout in different places across the land too. Strange, aberrant root clusters. They don't connect to the collective the same way. They ignore us when we chat.
All of the root clusters or some of them?
Well, we only know about these. I could ask others. It might take longer.
Okay, well, I have a little bit of time. I have 10 minutes, which I know you do not understand time like that, but I have some time. I can wait.
Might take several movements of the sun across the sky. You get the sense that it means like more than a couple of
days.
Hours. No, not days, hours. Like
Well, we are going to be here all night, and I can come back and chat with you again.
It says, oh, that would be wonderful for you to speak to us more. You would enjoy that.
I love talking to you guys. You guys are very kind.
The vine kind of, you can sense that it kind of like reaches out to try and tickle your skin.
I reach my hand out, and like I run my hand through the leaves and everything, and I like bring it up to my face, and I'm like, you are so sweet and kind.
They of course don't hear this, but you hear it kind of purring.
No, can you come back with a rash?
I don't even care.
With an ivy. So it says yes. There's a root cluster. The root clusters are connected, but we other root systems, we try not to be absorbed by the root clusters.
Are the root clusters like bad or something, or?
They try and absorb us, and they are strange.
You said it feels bad or something, like they're trying to absorb you. But you can talk to other plants around you and stuff through your roots.
Oh yes.
That is so cool. I would love to be able to do that. I wonder if I can grow roots if I think about it hard enough.
The vine says, oh, I'm sure you could do anything you put your mind to, for sure.
Okay, well, I'll be back in a little bit, okay?
Okay, I will talk to our friends, and we'll talk to our friends and our friends in faraway places of this land, and maybe we can figure out... What was your question one more time?
That is a good question. Shit. Druid forgot it.
Yeah. What was her question, guys?
Are the root systems, or are the root balls bad?
The root clusters?
The root clusters, or...
Or something like that. Don't forget to write down root clusters, but yeah.
Root clusters.
What was her question?
Shit. Chat, what was my question? Oh, we got raided! Hello, my loves.
Whoa, Mia and raiding party. Hello, Moose Gaming and Maiden.
Mia,
welcome.
Thank you for the raid.
Sorry, when we're deep in role playing, we do what I call chat dark most of the time, and so we don't always actually see the chat, since we're trying to focus on enjoying the experience of the role playing to share with you guys. But welcome in. Yeah, it's an honor to have you all. I'm StormyD, and this is itsStarkitty, and we have Druid IRL and extirpatefate. And thank you guys. I know you know Mia. I know you know Mia, without a doubt, sweetie. And thank you so much for being here, and for bringing the raid. I just wanted to make sure that I shared with your crew that you brought with you. So thank you guys so much. It's such an honor. Sorry. Back to, we were talking about. Oh, thank you for the bits.
Thank you for the bits.
Oh, heart bits.
I don't think anybody else really realized. So I think your question was.
Yeah. So it was like along the lines of like, are all the root clusters bad? And yeah. Absorb, like something with having to like absorb all the things, and if there's like people and stuff living next to, like down there under the ground and stuff.
Gotcha. All right. So I take it you guys are then going to make camp. Are you going to share with the group what you learned?
I I'm going to share with them. There are giant root clusters under the ground.
Are these root clusters the same as those special areas that we've stayed in?
No, I think they're different.
Are you sure?
So what does that have to do with the body?
The plant thinks that it got absorbed by it.
Absorbed?
Yeah. He's going to ask all of his friends and stuff through the roots and everything. But I guess like the roots is like the root balls are trying to get all of the plants to like absorb all of their roots into the root ball, because the root ball doesn't like to really talk to anything outside of the root ball. But it's gonna go ask all of its friends across everything, and I'm so excited.
Gives me an idea.
For?
I'll try it in the morning.
I didn't hear you. What?
I said it gives me an idea, but I'll have to try it in the morning.
Okay.
I just have to wait a few hours. Is there anything else that you think I should ask?
We'll see what we get from this first.
So Rylar asks,
this right?
so did the vine tell you what happened to what kind of people were there and standing there and dragged the body?
They didn't have ears.
They did have ears.
Is it possible they were wearing hooded cloaks?
Oh, that is true. That is a good point.
Maybe you
But I have a...
Maybe you can ask
But,
them
like-
if they were wearing hoods.
Yeah. I can ask if they were wearing hoods. And if they look like the people that live underground. How crazy. They're just like...
If
Well, I guess it's not that crazy. Yeah?
there's an underground, then that could be a problem, and that could be how they're getting around.
Yeah.
When I say root clusters, I wonder if that means tunnels
Possible.
that resemble like a cluster of roots that don't talk to anybody. That would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It could be tunneling. But why take the bodies?
Rylar's like, if it's tunnels, wouldn't there be a hole here?
I mean, yes, but there are. I mean, as you can see, Fern can manipulate Earth.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But I was confused. The footprints, they don't look like they walked into a hole.
Confused, yeah. That's why I think they used some sort of magic or something, and then they like dropped into like the root ball or something.
Miss Ray,
Hmm?
didn't you say you learned a new spell recently that lets you like move places quickly?
I did.
What's that called again?
It's called Dimension Door. Lets me move a short distance.
Joe, and didn't you when we were talking about that one night when we were camping, you were telling me the kind of teleportation
Teleportation.
Right, teleportation.
Mm-hmm.
So, could that be what they was doing?
A theory, yes.
Wait, I thought you said that kind of magic can't go very far.
Can't, at least to my knowledge. Unless there's something more powerful that I don't have access to or haven't really learned yet.
You said the dirt that I grabbed and I threw in my pockets. Some of the dirt feels like it doesn't belong here.
Yep.
And is the dirt that was like glowing blue. Right?
Well, glowing blue for Rylar.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was, and it was only a little bit. Like it was fading. It was almost like a residual, leftover kind of, magical effect, right? And the answer is yes. It did seem as if the dirt had come, like some of the dirt that was there was not native to this spot. Based upon what your character knows and understands about, nature and earth and
The
stuff.
dirt and nature. Okay. So I have to wait a couple of hours to be able to talk to my, my plant friend. So I guess we can set up camp.
All right. So do you guys want me to jump?
The Woody doll fucking scared the shit out of me.
Exposition?
Scared me.
Yeah. Do you want me to jump straight to where you guys, those hours go by after you guys set up camp? Well, which building are you going to set up camp in? The town hall again?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you.
Because this is our town.
So you go over and talk to the vine again, and it's I'm assuming you have to cast the spell again.
Yeah.
Are you casting it from the staff or from yourself?
From my staff, I only have 4 charges left now.
All right. I forgot. We see if it recharges every day.
Right. It recharges every day.
Okay.
As long as you remember to do it.
As long as I remember to do it.
Right. Which we forgot. That's right. We'll remember after this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So you talk to the vine this time. Oh, so happy to speak to you again. Tell you neat stories. It's been fun talking to friends from faraway places that we haven't talked to in a long time.
Like how far away?
I don't know how to answer that. Many, many, many places far away. Leagues and leagues and leagues.
Do you have to go through mountains and stuff to talk to them?
Not that far, but through some hills and trees. Pretty far, almost to the mountains.
Can you talk to any friends like over the mountains?
No. That place is strange.
It's different than here?
Yes, there are strands of the root clusters that seem to interfere with us connecting and talking to the other trees and plants and vines.
So are the root clusters like all bad?
Bad? Not sure we understand what you mean bad. They yes, sort of bad. If bad means not good, bad means don't want to be absorbed into their
Kill you if you get absorbed?
Won't kill.
Just takes you away from your friends?
Sort of. Not sure.
So what did your friend say?
There are tunnels far away to the northwest and a little bit north of here. But those tunnels, there are places in those tunnels where there are some root clusters, but some of the root clusters are just deep in the earth. And there are peoples who pass through them. They seem to appear and disappear near the root clusters.
You said that they didn't have ears?
Yes.
Could they have been wearing hoods like this? And I pull my hood up?
They say, what's a hood?
So I pulled my hood up over my head.
What is wearing? What does that mean?
My clothes.
What is clothes? You keep pulling at your skin. Why is that?
Oh, it's like a fake skin that I can take off and change.
The vine seems utterly confused by this concept. And then it's like, it's almost like it's chatting with another one, and it says, oh, kind of like the way the gecko lizards, they shed their skin.
Yeah. Except I can choose when I change my skin.
And the vine says, well, we don't know if they could shed their skin that way or not. Definitely not natural. Not natural peoples. Not all of them, some of them. The dead ones that they take, those seem natural.
The ones that are natural, but the ones that are taking the dead ones don't seem like natural. Like, are they like goblins? Do you know what a goblin is?
What goblin?
Or like a hobgoblin?
What do those look like?
They look like scary monster people that have scraggly teeth and like green skin, and they have pointy ears, and they are extra stinky, and they are mean, and they always want to fight and kill everything.
Those little ones?
The little ones, yeah.
There's lots of those. Some places. One of our friends who lives near some caves, he says there's lots of them there. Lots of peoples there too. They're angry at each other all the time. We don't understand why people are so angry and fight all the time.
The ones that are coming up from the deep, they're trying to kill my friends, which are the ones that are outside of the mines.
Some of them are in the mines.
Huh?
Is that what you call them? Mines, not caves?
Well, that's what they named it, yeah. But they're basically caves. I don't know why they wouldn't just call it the cave. I'm also very confused by people too.
You were a special
you have friends
person,
that are
though,
over
aren't
there?
You can talk to us. You are a friend to us. You are.
Yeah.
You are part of the root system. You are the root system. Yes. You are one with us.
I try my best. Okay, so I have another big question. So sometimes I see a random big flashing blue light and nobody else can see it. Do you know what I am talking about?
I say, well...
Was there a blue light that flashed here when they took the body away?
They say, the vine says, we don't really see the way you talk about seeing since we don't have eyes. So I don't know how to answer that. We know of some of what you're talking about because we sense it.
Did you sense a big burst of energy
through the air? Yes, there was the root
when
clusters,
they took the body away.
That's why we always stay away from the root clusters, because they always emanate that kind of aberrant resonance. Write that down.
Aberrant?
They emanate.
Aberrant?
They emanate an aberrant resonance.
Okay, you are so good, and I'm sure I'm gonna have so many questions. So if I talk to another plant, they can tell you that I say hello?
Well, there's lots of plants, so, throughout this land, it might be hard for them to know. We can put out the word that you want to talk to us. I think I heard one of us talking about some trees you've talked to.
Oh, yes, they are my friends.
Mm-hmm. One of them was a tree at one of the ley line nodes, yes?
Yes, he was very kind.
He's a wise old one, yes. Mm-hmm.
I have a tree that, because there's a tree that I talked to that is over there down south by the water where all the where a whole bunch of people live. It's in my garden. There's that tree. I talk to that tree sometimes too.
Oh. That one might be hard for us to communicate with because of the mountains in the way.
Oh, that is a really good point. I'm going to have to try to figure out how to make sure that tree can talk to the other trees.
Do you say that out loud, or you just think it to yourself?
Oh, I say that out loud.
So the vine says, "Well, it's part of its own system over there on the other side of the mountains."
Well, what if I want to check on it when I am gone?
You'll have to go travel closer to it on the other side of the mountains.
Okay. Okay. So not all the root clusters they're like kind of bad because they're trying to absorb all of.
That's what we think.
But like creatures use it to teleport and stuff.
Teleport. What is that word? What does that mean?
Where they appear and then disappear by using magic.
Oh, is that what that's called? Okay. Yes.
I think I heard the word earlier, so I'm just not sure, but I think that's what it says. So that is interesting. Okay.
Some of the clusters are deep underground. Some of the clusters connect to tunnels. There's only a smattering of tunnels, but some of those green creatures, you call them goblins, are still making the tunnels longer out there in the north.
So, in the north. Okay. So are we talking about like where, like northwest or northeast or both?
Sorry, I guess technically I've been saying north and stuff. It wouldn't know north. I mean, it's sort of.
It would know by the sun.
Yeah, but it would know magnetics. Yeah. So yes, it's kind of northwest. Mm-hmm.
So they are making tunnels. So if I go over, okay.
Don't forget, this only lasts 10 minutes.
I'm running out of time.
But the clusters, those are separate. Those are spread throughout the land from the east to the west. But they're kind of they come mostly from the mountains to the north, but they only extend so far they don't extend all the way to the mountains to the south. They've grown over a long period of time. They seem to grow with a purpose, like someone's making them grow there, or they were made to grow there long ago. Maybe both.
Do they come from that? Because there's like that wall of thorns and people are like, we cannot get below it because the roots run too deep and stuff. Is this from there?
Oh no,
Do you think?
That is something utterly different, an alien.
Okie dokie, lots of stuff to think about. Okay, well, I need to go to bed and I'm running out of the ability to talk to you. But I will definitely be back to talk to you, okay? You're so awesome and amazing and I love you and you are now one of my really close friends. And tell all of your friends that I said hello and I love them, okay?
Oh, thank you so much. We are so happy to meet you.
You're so nice. Okay. Have a good night.
So
And then I told them everything.
you relay that all to them, the team.
What does that mean?
Your poor throat.
Yeah.
Well, that's thank you, Fern, for the lovely report. Definitely a lot to think about.
Yeah.
Rylar was all like, "Oh my gosh, what does it mean?"
They're creating tunnels underground. That's how they're getting around.
Yeah,
Did the vine say there were tunnels down here, like underneath us right now too, here at Novacrux?
No, they just said in the northeast and the northwest. So the Gildelphian mines and the Iron Crystals.
Add a character, they only said the northwest and a little bit north.
Oh.
Okay.
Northwest. Okay. So only. Yeah. So the Gildelphian
Rylar
mines.
scratching his head. What do the tunnels have to do with the? What'd you call them? The cluster flakes?
The root clusters, I think, is what she called them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do they have anything to do with each other?
Well, I guess they have been using them to teleport.
They can do that?
I guess so.
You said that you wanted to try something in the morning, big boss. What's we gonna try?
Well, my goodness.
Did not mean.
I don't need to talk into the mic like you do.
You guys are so hilarious and playful with each other.
We need to clip that.
I'm just over here thinking for a second, okay, how am I going to say this?
It's not Lorkris says.
Well, my idea might not work as I thought it might had before learning of this. I suspected the root clusters could have been misinterpreted as tunnels. And he'll pull out the Fomorian toe. I was going to try to see if I can find more of this beneath the ground. But if it is not a tunnel beneath us, then I wonder, or rather I suspect that it will not yield the result that I seek. However, it can rule out a possibility. Potentially. I.e., I want to use locate object to see if there's because it can reach 1,000 feet. And since I have the Fomorian's toe, if it hasn't been actually absorbed, I want to see if I can detect it below us.
What do you think, Myth Ray?
Definitely a lot of information to process and to go through. Yeah, I have no theories right now.
Thought there was no such thing as long-range teleportation. Did not think that as a possibility. Unless they're using it like a current and it's not actually teleportation.
And They said the root system, the root clusters are sometimes obscured by mountains. I wonder if the thicket bramble has anything to do with their cutoff further up north.
They said that it was different.
It was different?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you should pray to Melora and ask her.
Ask her what?
The heck is the root balls?
You remember, Melora hasn't spoken to me.
Or I guess you could ask Ouijas.
I mean, I can ask Melora, but I've never heard her speak.
You never know. Just be like, hey, I'm asking for Fern.
So out of character, you've never heard her speak, but you've had moments, experiences where you wonder, you suspect maybe there was a response, right? Remember with the...
No, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Lorkris is definitely playing on the literal.
Right, gotcha. Yeah. So,
Okay, well,
was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about or ask about in this moment? Because this might be a good place to wrap up tonight.
Yeah. There's nothing else. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about this. Watch the VOD.
Yeah.
And rewrite down everything that I asked.
Did you want to, at least in the morning, try your idea real quick, or do you want to do that next time?
Let's do that next time, because Fern brings up a good point about talking to Melora and asking.
Okay.
And I would say that Lorkris would probably stand at that space. Like, he'd go out and just, like, either, not really stand, but, like, kind of sit and just kind of contemplate multiple ways of asking the same question over and over and over, of, like, what's below us.
All right. Make a note of that. Write it down in your notes so that we don't forget to do that next time. And
exactly.
Be thinking about any other ideas that you guys, all you guys want to try, and chat about. Because, yeah.
Caterpillar. Maybe you can ask Melora for me too. You know, about the whole root ball thing and everything. That would be so cool. Because you are so awesome, Caterpillar. I love you.
Caterpillar sounds really happy and snuggles you, and Caterpillar is just happy to crawl on you and be rubbed on by you and share its vibration and its sounds and its love with you.
But tell her we need to talk to her, okay? You're the best, Caterpillar. I love you.
You know what? One last thing. Small. I do. While before Lorkris really does anything else, like before he sits there, he's gonna pull out his little mirror. Just gonna
look at his eyeballs.
Just get another look at that. Look what's going on with his eyes.
Yeah, definitely get a sense that there's kind of a greenish hue starting to emanate from them. A little bit more intense. You know, it's still super faint and not super noticeable unless you're looking really close. Definitely now more noticeable at nighttime, though.
Yeah, I imagine so.
It almost looks at a glance like, you know, when you catch a cat's eyes at night when light has hit it. But except it's kind of, you can see
It has that hue.
Yeah,
has that similar
but
kind of
greenish
hue.
instead of an orange yellow or whatever. And what's interesting though is you can catch it from more angles. Obviously, when someone's looking at you.
Brilliant. That is all. And then Lorkris sits and mutters to himself.
All right, refresh or remind me that you plan on meditating on the spot where the vine is talking about the root clusters, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And you can obviously think about any ideas that you want to come up with, or be in observation mode for now, whatever you. And then of course Fern, and then Rylar. He asks questions, hopefully that are helpful. So, with that, guys, we'll chat with you all for a little bit longer as we wrap up for the night. My goodness, Mia and crew, thank you again for the raid and for spending time with us. It's amazing to have you. And Eldana, thank you for joining us. And man, the little tidbits of answers are starting to come to light. A little bit, definitely a lot more about the blue light than before.
Yeah.
That was my angry baby cockatoo sound.
That's hilarious. Oh. So,
you know what video I'm talking about.
I know exactly what video you're talking about. That's why you're so dumb. You're so dumb. I love it. Hot dog. Oh my goodness.
That's
what a lore dump. Even though it's not it's a lore dump for sure. Just knowledge about this world.
Hi, Eric.
So eat it up. Nom.
I will, wifey.
What do you think, Starkitty?
About what?
About some of the
everything.
Yeah. Are you still kind of confused?
I am. I mean, I am getting a little sleepy, so it's getting a little hard for me to process a lot of thoughts right now. But hey, I'm sure.
I feel it.
I'll think about it tomorrow because it was a lot of information.
Okay. Well, I hope
from a little vine.
I like the Crystal Hedge group. That was super cool.
Yeah.
That was super cool. We've ran into one other team from
the Crystal Hedge.
Where is it? Another unranked team, Glunk Almighty, the ones that found us in the woods near Rheingold Colony.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, we know of you guys. And it was like, we out.
They're like, we're not gonna tell you our names and stuff.
You're like, yeah, I'm out of here. And we definitely had a couple other run-ins with, a couple other little team-ish bits, but to have a high-ranking Crystal Hedge team be like, haven't heard of you guys, but oh wow, you guys are getting kind of that positive ego boost from such a high-ranking team is Lorkris is not fangirling over it, but he's just I appreciate the fact that someone of this strength recognizes what we're doing. I think that's pretty cool. Also, I think kind of terrifies him a little bit. Just knowing what we're getting into.
Good night, Mia. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good night, Mia.
Bye.
Bringing your community over to share
Yes.
this time with us.
As always. Actually, this is a perfect time to wrap up. Thank you guys. We're going to say goodnight to you all. Appreciate you joining us for all with the raids and the bits and the follows and
the gifted subs.
Yeah, you guys are amazing as always. Man, can't wait to see what happens next week. So we'll appreciate you all. Have a wonderful evening, a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Night.